Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à cette 5e édition de l'European AI Forum. Nous sommes très heureux de diffuser cette émission en live depuis Paris en raison de la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne. I am Chloé Pledel, European Project Manager at Hub France IA, and I am with Jan Stedel, Secretary General of CRO-AI.
Thank you very much. Really nice being here in Paris for the 5th edition of the European AI Forum, and I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for putting this together. A special thanks to France IA. Do you know what we have in mind for today's topics, Jeannette?
Yes, our topics for today are finance and compliance. We will also talk about AI regulation, defense, energy, and we will have some keynotes from a few ministries also.
Oh, amazing. And just to kick it off right from the start, because we have a lot of things to do today, we're super proud to announce a video statement from the Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation from Ukraine, Mr. Oleksandr Bornyakov. So let's hear what he has to say.
Hi everybody. Greetings from the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the entire tech community of Ukraine. I appreciate you having me at this amazing event on development of the AI ecosystem. Ukraine is highly focused on expanding the usage of artificial intelligence technologies by public authorities, and I would like to share with you our vision for its development. Ukraine is one of the most tech-developed countries in Europe, and I'm sure that Ukraine will become the largest European IT hub, as we have basically everything for this: talented developers, favorable startup ecosystem, and the best tax conditions. Before the war, Ukraine was already an IT country, and it remains so today. Even now, we have united around 300,000 Ukrainian and international IT specialists into the world's first IT army in order to fight back on the cyber front. Digital technologies are the main tool for achieving our goals. Now, this is our weapon. Let me tell you how we use AI in wartime conditions and how the most modern tech solutions are contributing to Ukrainian victory. As soon as Russian troops invaded our territory, we mobilized our resources to resist and protect Ukraine in every possible way. Nowadays, we're taking every step needed in order to keep the country running in the face of the Russian invasion. AI technologies help us to secure the information in a digital environment. Any information must be verified. Also, we use it for the monitoring of the information environment, which will prevent disinformation, fake news, videos, including deepfakes, which are highly spread by aggressor to destabilize the situation within the Ukrainian people. One more way to use artificial intelligence tech in war conditions is to search and identify war criminals. Face recognition tools help us to find them, and also in social media, all this information contributes to establishing a database of war crimes, which will be used in international court against Russia when time comes. Last week, the EU made a historical decision to grant Ukraine the European Union candidacy status. The European integration process is also ongoing in terms of a joint AI environment. By participating in the meetings of the Committee on Artificial Intelligence of the Council of Europe, the government of Ukraine has developed an AI strategy. Concept for development of artificial intelligence in Ukraine has timeline till 2030 and covers 54 tasks. The government has established an expert committee on development of artificial intelligence as an expert advisory staff, which includes experts in the field of development and implementation of artificial intelligence technologies, who have practiced scientific and applied experience in developing such technologies and their commercialization. Even though war is still ongoing in Ukraine, I would like to invite all countries and European business to think of Ukrainian rebuilding. We have to keep the economy going now. By investing now in the country's future and supporting startups which focus on AI development, we can reestablish Ukraine's prosperity and competitiveness altogether. Investing in Ukraine is investing in the future of the democratic world. Stand with Ukraine, bring light to darkness. Invest in Ukraine, invest in peace, start business with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
our next statement, we are delighted to have keynote from Volker Wissing, who is Federal Minister for Digital and Transport in Germany.
Esteemed AI experts, distinguished guests from government, industry, and the scientific community, ladies and gentlemen. Short grunts mean happy pigs. A team of researchers recently harnessed the power of artificial intelligence to make that discovery. The scientists recorded over 7,000 sounds during positive and negative everyday situations for pigs. They used this information to develop a learning algorithm capable of classifying the sounds correctly and quickly. This helps us humans understand how pigs feel. That is far from a trivial matter. It can play an important role in improving animal protection and welfare. This example shows how versatile AI is. It is a key driver of progress and innovation in many different areas. AI will change and improve our lives, our daily routines, our work and manufacturing processes with lasting effect. It also paves the way for new, lucrative business models. We want to harness these opportunities. However, to do so, we in Germany and Europe need to generate more momentum, for example, by driving the development and trialing of AI and rapidly putting it into practice. We are laying the groundwork needed for this with better access to data, among other things. Data is the key to innovation, so it needs to be as widely available and as easy to access and use as possible. That is why we are creating a modern national and European regulatory framework. I am thinking in particular of the EU Data Act, which is to break down data silos and prevent monopolies. We also want to boost the willingness to share data. Our efforts to promote data sharing focus on data spaces that can be linked from a comprehensive and open data ecosystem, also spanning sectoral boundaries. Our goal must be to establish a single European market for secure, sovereign, and trust-based data handling. That would create ideal conditions for the use of AI and therefore for database business ideas. Uniform standards for data handling and the use of AI technologies will also help put the right conditions into place. We want to develop these conditions with our European partners to ensure that Europe can keep pace and remain competitive with the rest of the world. Working together will also make Europe a global hub for trustworthy AI. In this regard, we very much welcome and endorse the AI Act, an initiative set in motion by the European Commission. It is imperative that we strike a balance between an innovation-friendly environment, safe products, and clear binding legislation. Or to put it in another way, we want regulations that empower, not impede. We want regulations that incentivize, not discourage investments. This is a challenge that we will tackle together at EU level. Germany is currently working at full stretch to put the potentials of technologies like AI, blockchain, and quantum computing to practical use as quickly as possible. For example, we are developing new funding guidelines for these areas to support data-based AI projects. The first call for applications is planned before the end of this year. At the same time, we are also funding high-profile projects such as the establishment of national innovation hubs. We want them to be more than laboratories and test beds. We also want them to serve as focal points for businesses, specialists, and the general public. They are where theory becomes practice, showcasing the versatility and potential of AI. They are where we demonstrate and illustrate the value that AI adds. In doing so, we are building a crucial foundation for the success of AI, acceptance, and trust. We want people to understand that AI will make their lives better and easier. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful, inspiring, and informative conference. And I thank you very, very much. All the best to you.
C'était Volker Wissing, ministre fédéral du Transport et de la Digitalisation de l'Allemagne fédérale. Moi, je m'appelle Daniel Abou, je suis le directeur général de l'Association allemande de l'intelligence artificielle et je suis très content d'être ici à Paris. Et je veux vous expliquer qu'est-ce que ce petit signe-là, le European AI Forum est. Mais je vais faire ça en anglais parce que la plupart des gens qui nous voient en ce moment, ils parlent plus l'anglais que le français, mais I hope you stay with me. So, back into English, thank you very much for our friends from Hub France EA that we can be here. My name is Daniel Abou, I'm the General Manager of the German AI Association, and I'm very happy being here with you today in Paris, in France, on the last day of the EU presidency from the French government. We are located here pretty near of Bastille, so quite a revolutionary place where we are today at the moment. And I just want to tell you a little bit about what you are seeing there, European AI Forum. And you're asking yourself, what the heck is this European AI Forum? And first of all, I think this is quite self-explanatory. There you see like 9 national associations for artificial intelligence in Europe. There are already many associations toward Europe concerning about AI. So what differentiates this group with the others? Well, first of all, you have to say that the let's say older associations are more research driven. They are from universities, research centers, etc., etc. But this group of people who are now together in the European AI Forum are mostly associations which are trying to bring together the entrepreneur, the companies who drive the AI ecosystem in Europe. And this is so important that we do that because these young companies who are developing real AI products, these voices of these entrepreneurs have to be heard in the respective capitals, of course, of each of their country, but also towards Brussels. So our group is with AI Austria, the AI cluster in Bulgaria, Crow AI, Hub France EA, thank you for inviting us here today, the German AI Association, AI for SI from Slovenia, the NL AI Coalition from Poland, from the Netherlands, and the next one is AI Poland from Digital Poland. We are very happy that they joined us too. And our newest member, the Artificial Intelligence Association of Lithuania. And we are a group who's meeting now nearly regularly and discuss how to establish an European ecosystem. And why is that important? Well, not only in the case, for example, of the AI regulation, which is discussed now in Brussels and toward all the European nations, which is one of the most important legislature that will affect the European ecosystem, the voices of the AI entrepreneurs from Sofia to Vilnius, from Zagreb to Amsterdam have to be heard. It is so important that the young emerging companies which exist in Europe, which have a hard competition from American tech groups or the Chinese counterparts, which have more possibilities in the matter of finance, venture capital, and also access to data centers. And we have to establish this European AI ecosystem in Europe with European values and toward, how can I say, that the companies have the possibility of developing their market in Europe, but also throughout Europe as well. And one of the really important things is that these AI companies who are innovative and resourceful, and they need that AI products are being sold in Europe, of course, because classical German or European SMEs, the traditional companies, are quite not adapting AI as they should. So in a study done by us and other associations in Europe and in Germany, we found out that only 6% of classical SMEs are adopting AI products towards their own companies. 6%. I personally think that this number is quite optimistic, and we have to convince these classical SMEs toward whole of Europe of adapting AI products. AI products made in Europe, developed in Europe by European companies. And this is one of the, I personally think, most important thing that we want to try and do in this European AI forum. So I talked a little bit about all our national associations. We meet quite weekly, discuss the important parts of the AI regulation or how we can band our companies and our associations closer together, and I'm pretty sure that you will hear us from the European AI Forum pretty much, so as I hope, pretty much more in the next coming months and also years. And we are really looking forward. And if you are watching us now in Europe from an association, AI association, which is not represented here, yeah, feel free to contact us throughout the national organizations or toward the European AI Forum itself. We are really open in discussing with other associations the matters at hand, the matters of regulations, the matters which are important to have. And this discussion we should deepen definitely on this case. So I'm quite finished, I think, talking about what the European AI Forum wants to do. And so we are very happy that we can be here with you today. Just wanted to thank once again our friends toward all the national associations, and you have to see that I'm seeing already Kaloyan from AI Bulgaria, here. Kaloyan, my friend, can you hear me?
Yes.
That is fantastic. So thanks first of all that you're joining us. You will have a very interesting talk about the investment in European AI and deep tech companies. But first of all, my dear friend Kaloyan, I think perhaps you heard me a little bit talking about the European AI Forum. AI Bulgaria is also one of the earliest members we had. Can you tell us, before getting towards your discussion, what you think about what we should do more, or what we've done in the European AI Forum? What is your perspective as association banding together?
Thank you, Daniel. I think what we've done in a very good way is to connect each other and to manage to meet on a regular basis. I think this type of formal and informal conversations, networking and exchange is very, very important. So it is not like in other organizations where it starts enthusiastic and it lowers. At the European AI Forum, in our network and family, as we call it, we managed to keep the pace high and the motivation very high. And it's also a very personal and friendly atmosphere. And I think this is also, besides the technical and regulation, this is also a huge factor to connect really also on a personal level.
Well, that's right, and we deeply appreciate each Friday when we are talking together in our little meeting there. So, Kaloyan, my dear friend, I will give you now the floor. Kaloyan will have an interesting discussion, and perhaps you can introduce our panelists about the perspectives of the investment in Europe in AI and deep tech companies. Kaloyan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to introduce and to discuss the topic of investments in AI with Dr. Albena Kuyumdzhieva. She's a policy advisor at the European Innovation Council Board. And also her work is basically focused on deep tech innovation, AI, and digitalization. Before joining the EISMEA, Albena was part of the ethics. Yes. Part of the ethics team in DG Research and Innovation. Yes, today we want to talk more about investments in AI and deep tech, especially in startups and scale-ups in Europe, and to learn more about the perspective of the EIC. Albena, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here with us. I will start with the first question. So as we all know, or maybe a lot of us know, the EIC is often dubbed as the European Unicorn Factory. So can you tell us more about that? What does it mean and why is it so in your opinion?
Thank you. Good morning, Kaloyan. Good morning to everybody. Yes, the EIC is often dubbed as the European Unicorn Factory, and its establishment, along with the allocation of more than 10 billion euro as funding, marked a huge shift in the European policy approach towards innovation. And while I can talk a lot why we are called the European Unicorn Factory here, I want to focus on three key features. The first one is that the EIC is funding the entire research to innovation cycle, from the very breakthrough basic research, and then going through the proof of concept, and then going through technology transfer, and then finally going to the scaling up of deep tech companies. So we are trying to bridge the financial gap between on this long journey of growth to the scale ups, and we are trying to pass them through the so-called valley of debt by helping them move from lab to market, and then finally scaling up at a later stage of a high-risk deep tech innovation. The second key feature is that for the first time in the history of the European Commission, the Commission through EIC is not only providing support to companies via grants, but we are actually providing equity support that can go up to 15 million per company, thus Commission becoming an active public VC investors in the deep tech scene. And finally, what is extremely important, as opposed to private investors, where of course the return and the multiplication of investment is key, EIC is focusing on high risk, deep tech innovations that may take a lot of time before they mature and they can generate profit. And also when we focus on such companies, we are also crowding in additional private investors. So for every €1 of public money that we have invested so far, we have attracted around €3 of private investment, thus creating the snowball effect that helps and supports the deep tech startups and the AI startups in Europe.
Impressive. Thank you very much for these insights. And maybe we can go a little bit deeper. And can you explain us how the EIC AI portfolio looks like? Maybe about the main sectors, main regions, or main stages of the companies?
So our current portfolio comprises of companies worth more than 50 billion, and the digital startups are surely main contributors in this portfolio. What we see is a strong tendency of moving from basic research towards more products and services that are ready for market. and majority of our funding is focused on AI, is focused to accelerator companies which are offering products or services and technology of TRL 6 and above. So we are really helping for the final development of this product and then scaling up of the companies. Having said that, it does not mean that we don't want to move to uncharted territories of AI research, and which is extremely important also. And for that reason, in 21, we included in our work program a very interesting topic on AI awareness insight. Let's see if we can really make AI aware, a research that can potentially help us to embed and deliver products that are much more safe, resilient, self-learning, and also, of course, human-centric. That is a key feature in the Commission policy on how AI in Europe should be developed. Most frequently, we see methods and techniques that are utilizing AI, quantum computing or Internet of Things, just to name a few, that are applied for solving global environmental, health, and economic problems. And with the 90%, more than 90% of the portfolio of EIC companies are actually addressing at least one of the sustainable development goals. And this is a very common trend. We see application of AI in every sphere. I mean, health and fintech being the front runners, but we also see incredible solution in environment, in trying to solve the waste management, the water losses. And just to give you a taste of what we are funding in Accelerator from our latest cutoffs in March this year and October last year, we have incredible companies. One of them is trying to design entirely artificial hearts that can replace the heart of a patient that needs it. And this is really incredible. Then we have breakthrough AI models to transform new electrocardiogram signals from any monitoring devices that we may use into a medical grade of electrocardiogram, which can be crucial in some points of time for many people. Then there's a lot of use of AI for optimizing drug discovery process, and we saw it during the pandemic. And if we move out of the medical sphere, we will have great solutions for AI-powered solutions for cutting-edge food waste management, solutions for restaurants, hotels, and caterers, and also satellite data and AI technology used for precision agriculture. So it's really a very broad palette.
Thank you very much. It seems like we live already in the future. Final question from my side, maybe a short one. How can the EAC help the European AI companies develop faster? What services or benefits do you offer? Maybe also some words on our because the major audience and the major membership in our case are SMEs and startups. So maybe you can give them some instructions. Thank you.
Yeah, super. I'm sorry, I hear a lot of voices. I don't know if it is only me at the background, but colleagues, if you can. So obviously, funding is the most obvious solution on how we can support AI startups. And here it is very important for everybody to know that not only that majority of our funding is actually bottom-up based. So any company with a great innovation idea can apply at any time for ERC funding, irrespectively of area of application. And we all know that we can see AI basically everywhere in our daily life as well. But what is also very important, that AI is not just a pot of money, but it's providing a range of business acceleration services that world quality of coaching and mentoring that can help our young entrepreneurs scale up and develop better business plans and better opportunities We also provide, and this is extremely important, an access to global innovators, to global corporates, global procurers, and global investors to our EIC supported companies. And if we see what we see during our corporate partnership events, global corporates collaborating, finding new business models and opportunities to work together with EIC supported companies. And in 25% of the cases, 6 months after the partnership event, we already have a deal signed between the corporate and the EIC partner. The same happens in our investors days, and after more than 40 pitches, we can see 40% of investors and companies having a follow-up discussion afterwards for additional investments. And finally, what we offer is a very simplified and easy application process. And I think that that is extremely important for startups and innovators. The first step of the EIC application is submission of video pitch, submission of a slide deck, and submission of a very short summary of your idea. And in 3 to 4 weeks, the innovators hear from us, and the answer is go or no go. It's as simple as that. And in order to support them in their application process, the application for EIC is actually done through an AI-based platform, a submission platform, where we have a specific diagnostic tool aimed at providing advice to the applicants on the potential innovation of their ideas, the most appropriate financial instruments for that, and also providing support in improving their idea before submission. So we are trying to close the cycle by utilizing AI technology to help our DeepTech companies and AI companies to submit better proposals and increase their chances for getting EIC funding and support.
Thank you once again for the insights. I hope that is helpful for all our members and the European ecosystems. I'm sure that we will keep the contacts and the connection between the European AI Forum and the EAC, and even have maybe some joint activities. Thanks once again, Albena, Daniel, or Jan. I'm giving back to you.
Thank you, and good luck with the event.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaloyan, and thank you a lot to Dr. Albena Kuyumdzhieva. This was really insightful, and I think a lot of the startups that are members of our associations will find this very, very useful. And now we have here live on stage in Paris, the one and only Jeannette Gorzala, the Chief Legal Officer from AI Austria, that will lead a round talk on the topic of AI in banking, all about compliance and finance related to artificial intelligence. So I will lead Jeannette to introduce her panelists and take a great talk with them about this very interesting topic.
Thank you very much,
No
Jan,
problem.
for
No problem.
the warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and saying hello to my panelists. So I'm very, very happy to have you here on board for our panel AI in Banking. I would like to introduce my highly regarded speakers. We have Lea Deleris. She is Head of Risk Artificial Intelligence Research at BNP Paribas. So welcome, Lea. Good to see you.
Hello, thank you. Nice to be here.
Wonderful. And then, of course, we have Hrvoje Cosic. He is CEO of Aircash. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we've already heard the fintechs and the banking space is at the forefront of development in the new technology space, also utilizing AI. And we're seeing that AI is maturing, and it's kind of like creating a basis for many, many applications to increase revenues along all industry segments. And now kind of like I would like to start with you, Lea. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself and how your research and application of AI is going on in BNP Paribas.
All right, thank you, Jeannette. So first, hello everyone. So my name is Deleris, and I am in charge of a data science team in BNP Paribas in the risk function. And before that, just so you can locate a bit where I come from, I spend quite a bit of time in IBM doing research and managing researchers. So I know about the AI from the academic view and patents and papers to how do you implement it in a company, and how do you get to tangible value from the application of artificial intelligence. I guess if I want to say what do we do in BNP Paribas with AI, it's we typically organize it into three main categories, and I'll get back to the one where I'm most active. But the three main categories are first, operational efficiency, and I think that's true really beyond the financial services. There's a lot that we can do, tasks that take time and that are a bit tedious that we can do better with AI, and this, such as translating, sorting, classifying email, even preparing, initial answers to email. I mean, you name it in the daily life. There's many places where AI can help, and in the banking industry as well. We use AI for that. But maybe the most strategic ones are the two others. One is really towards the customer. So we want to better understand the customer. We want to make sure the customer is the experience of the customer joining the bank, whatever the customer is easy, is seamless, is fast. We want to make sure we have a way also to customize the offer to our customers with all the data that we have, that we make sure we bring the right product at the right time to the right person. And that's very much something that happens everywhere, but in banking also as well. And finally, also on the customer, we want to make sure we use AI to listen to the customer, to be able to be more accessible. So you have chatbots, but you also have all the NLP that goes around the verbatim and understanding what is said about us from the customer, what they like us to improve. So that's really the second pillar. And the third pillar, and where I'm most active, because the risk function is really around risk management. Obviously, AI is, whether you look at structured data and you want to find the anomalies in it, you want to find the rare event, predict things that are very unlikely, which is really the goal of risk management. You use machine learning very much. And then also, I think there's a lot of information in terms of text that is useful for understanding the risk and anticipating the risk. And so we try to really leverage that text information as much as possible.
That's very, very interesting, and it's good to see the classification in the three pillars and to learn kind of like how AI basically influences the customer journey from beginning to the end, and how you apply it kind of like in the front office, the middle office, in the back office. So thank you for that explanation. And maybe turning from the banking side to the fintech side, Hrvoje, maybe you would like to tell us a little bit about Aircash and your background.
Hey, thanks for the chance to participate. So Aircash is a financial institution. In more details, Aircash is an electronic money institution registered within the European Banking Association, who's able to provide financial services across all 27 EU member states. From the product point of view, Aircash is a digital mobile wallet. So it's a mobile application, mobile wallet, onto which customers can deposit money, can deposit their funds. And they can deposit funds with using of different streams from their bank accounts, from their credit and debit cards, but also in cash on more than 50,000 locations in Central Europe, Germany, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, and Romania. Because still cash is still also one of the regular payment methods, especially in Central Europe. With the funds on the Aircash wallet, customer can send money between themselves, so we enable peer-to-peer payments, but especially we enable money transfers, I would say with intra-European payments and money transfers. This is one of the main verticals of the Aircash. And second one is purchase of different goods and services. these goods and services can be from the, let's say, they can be digital or online, like transport, like let's say parking, paying for the tolls, bus tickets, ferry tickets, train tickets. They can pertain to the gift cards, to the telecom vouchers, to the online to the online lottery, to the e-sport, but also the utility bill payment.
Et tu fais les autres?
So Aircash is a principal member of Mastercard Corporation, so we issue Mastercard cards, which are linked to the Aircash wallet. So Aircash can be also used on more than 30 million locations on internet, but also on every point of sale that accepts a Mastercard card. This will be from the product side. As you said, yes, we think of Aircash as a fintech company. Customers provide us their funds for in our system to process the funds, to enable payments in the name on behalf of the customers, and to hold their balances. So the reputation is something what is very important for us, because reputation means security, security means trust, and trust is very important for the final end customers. Okay. So trust is very important for the end users to provide funds for financial institutions to process them and do the payment. This is especially important for the fintech companies, because the banks, the traditional banks, have histories of many decades, even centuries, and they were very keen to provide and to build the integrity, stability, and the trust. This is something what fintech companies have to do continuously, and this is something what we do. Few comments, maybe a few comments on regulations, maybe a few comments on cooperation of fintechs with the banks we have experienced, and maybe a few comments especially on the topic AI. Regulations. We are pretty active because the European Union is tending to be a single market. It's very good, it's very important. I just came back yesterday from Brussels. We had a great event. We're a member of the European Digital Payment Association. It's an industry association in Brussels, established by great European payment companies, Worldline and the Nexi. Also Ingenico and SIA were there, but they were acquired by Nexi and Worldline. Also, two European commissioners were there, and also the experts and I would say persons in charge from the European Central Bank, from European Bank Association and European Banking Federation. We're talking about, so it's very important that European that policymakers really are focused on making Europe a single market.
I mean, you say this is an important point there, making Europe a single market, and you kind of like, I think it's very interesting that you met all these policymakers, high-ranking officials of the ECB, of the European Commission, and maybe one specific question here. As you, of course, know that the European Commission is planning to, for example, regulate AI when you apply it for credit scoring in banks. So, and we all know banking and fintech is already a highly regulated industry. What's your take on that, on kind of like that specific piece of legislation? Do you think it's going to promote innovation, or is it rather a hindrance from, in particular, the fintech side?
My strong opinion is that it's going to promote innovation. European Union is very well aware of the global competition with the US big tech companies, and especially the companies from China, from Alibaba, like Alibaba, Tencent, who has WeChat Pay, they have a great amount of data. They're in advantage of using AI because they have a lot more data, also going with the big tech companies. So definitely European Union is fully aware of that, but European Union wants to make a level playing field. It's very important. I think it's fair because so definitely in payments, in finance, in AML, in AI, but also in crypto, European Union will definitely try to address the right topics, make a level playing field in which try to create a single market. I'm talking about digital market. Everything is digital. All of the topics are digital, to enable and to foster innovation, to create a framework and the surrounding for European companies to grow, to scale, to use the economy of scale, and to become European champions who can also compete globally with the American and Chinese companies. I strongly believe in that.
That's good to hear from a fintech that you are welcoming this regulation, because it's often we have the fear of over-regulation, but it's nice to hear. Maybe directing the question to Lea, from the view of a big bank that already has to comply with a lot. How do you feel about the AI Act and maybe also about the upcoming data regulations and so on?
Right, thank you. No, my answer is going to go in the same way as Hrvoje, and I'm sorry for not pronouncing your name correctly. And in fact, something I didn't mention also is part of my team's activity being in the risk function is also to understand how the framework for the management of risk around AI is set up and contribute to setting up throughout the bank. And in fact, in that mandate, I contribute also to the Hub France IA, which is a French AI association, with two other banks, Société Générale and La Banque Postale. We've been working for a year and a half now as a working group to look at, collectively. So I guess what I want to say is what I'm talking about is not just a BNP Paribas view, but, from this working group, what we observed. And there's really a welcoming of the idea of making sure AI is done in a disciplined way. Obviously, banks, financial institutions are already well organized for that because many of the modeling activities of banks are already regulated from the financial sector and the financial regulator. And in fact, there's lots of aspects of how do you properly develop models that we do. That maybe other industries don't do, and so we feel, at least for us, it's useful. But also when I see, and in fact, we're working on a white paper to share how we are organized. Maybe that could help, and as an inspiration to other industries. But when you see the market, I think the market is ripe for having a bit more discipline and stricter rules around how you do AI. And the challenge is not in the idea of that AI Act, but then maybe, as always, in the details, in making sure the spirit is there, but then you leave a bit of space for the implementation and adaptation to each cases.
Thank you very much. I think you mentioned an important word, it's challenges. Looking maybe to Hrvoje, what challenges are you facing as a fintech in this regulated space, even though you welcome the regulation, in particular in the current markets?
Okay, there are challenges. There are challenges. There are different quasi-payment service providers, providers of financial services who are outside of the scope of regulation. It's something that there is still there's something what is not regulated, but definitely it goes within the payment space. It's something what was probably will be addressed through the revision of PSD2. Probably after the revision of PSD2, maybe the PSD3 will go live. This is something. Maybe PSD3 will be integrated with the electronic e-money directive. Is something is something what you think of. It's something what the European Commission is also thinking of. What challenges we have? So challenge, definitely it has to be fair. The market has to be well defined. The rules have to be known to everybody, and then and then let's compete on the fair scale. And maybe my take also on the cooperation with the banks. There was a couple of years ago, there was a mantra. Everybody was asking, okay, fintechs versus bank, who will win? This was fictional question. There was never a real challenge of fintechs and the banks. You're talking about the banks who are for big institutions with great balance sheets, with a great EBITDAs, with a great investment, with a great reputation. But also, you're talking about traditional systems which are not very. Their organizational model cannot let them to be innovative in a way they want to be, because the decision-making process is rather slow. It's normal. Fintech companies are the opposite. Decision-making process is quick. Fintech companies can innovate. So the only way is the cooperation between banks and fintech companies, because they're complementary. Every subject brings some complementarity in the equation. We work with we work with a couple of banks. We're using, in one project, we're using ATM infrastructure of one big bank to use it as our ATM, as our outsourced ATM networks. I think it's great. There is a bank infrastructure. There's a big a group of bank clients, and also we provide the service. So I think it's been win. This is maybe something fintechs and the banks. The cooperation shall go into it will go. Also, what Leah said, 1, 2, 3 pillars of using AI. From our side, it goes 3 to 1 according to the priority. So we use AI firstly as a risk management tool, because there are a lot now. We are completely digital. You know, in digital payments, there is a lot uprise of the number of transactions. Also, there are a potential number of risks, fraudulent transactions, stolen identities, and everything else. AI is a great tool to monitor this, to assess and anticipate in advance that fraudulent transactions can occur, that potentially the data behavior of a client has changed, that the clicks on let's say the pattern of the clicks and taps on the phone has changed. This is something what AI does. So we use several solutions. We even have one EU-backed project of making dynamic risk profiling of our customers using AI. So definitely risk management, we are using AI in the risk management, definitely the number one priority. Number two, definitely we are thinking of using much more scale AI to understand our customers, to offer new services, and in operational efficiency, something, you know, we are not still so big that AI probably will wait for us to use the AI in optimizing our operations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and maybe kind of like directing to Leah, kind of like about the response. How do you see the future of the banking, the AI bank of the future, maybe also in collaboration with the fintech space? So what do you think will be coming in the next years?
Oh, that's quite of a challenging question, I have to say. So I think really. So what's the future of banking in AI? First, and just for the sake of clarification, the 3 domains were not prioritized, and it was, to answer Hrvoje understanding. All 3 of them are items we definitely work on and will continue to work on. I think there's plenty of opportunity still in those 3 items. Definitely growing though, maybe to echo the risk management aspects, where with more data, I guess what you have to understand, maybe in larger institutions, there's possibly a bigger challenge in gathering the data and
Mm-hmm.
that and ensuring that the data can be shared but protected, so you can enable more AI use cases. And so I think this transformation has definitely taken place, but it's continuing to take place. And so really the future of AI in banking is going to continue in those directions, making sure that we use data properly. Maybe not going to try to find new data, different data, different external data from outside. We're talking sometimes about satellite data, social media data, which we're doing here and there in some use cases, but continuing to do that, news data as well, but continuing to do that, but also making sure, I guess, that we do that in industrial fashion. Really making sure that the platforms are set up correctly, that the data aspect of accessing, using that data, transferring that data are all aligned with what the European Parliament's trying to do by putting those regulation in place, making sure we do it well, that we do it in an industrial way. And so I think that's really the transformation is the industrialization of AI. It's no longer the new thing that everyone explores, but it's really the thing that everyone leverages. And then so to echo, I think to echo also what was said, it's a bit less also, banks do on their own, and fintechs and that competition. It's more how, in that framework, how do we make sure we know what we want to do internally, because strategically makes sense. We know what we want to do externally, and we know what we want to do, partnering fintechs as well. And that's the key. And I think those decisions were not necessarily, I mean, of course, people were thinking along those lines, but I think those decisions are going to be more and more mainstream, and that's going to be, you know, systematic, that we have that kind of, once we identify a use case or a place where we want to invest from an AI and banking perspective, how we go for that really, you know, between internally and fintech approach.
Thank you very much. Maybe Hrvoje, what do you see? So what is the outlook for Aircash, and how do you see the future of AI in your field of financial services?
Hopefully the both outlooks are very good, hopefully, you know, both for Aircash and for the AI. So, definitely, it's openness and cooperation, I would say. Openness and cooperation. AI also brings the new potential for cooperation between the banks and the fintech, you know, in making the new services in the favor of the end users, of the customers, so customers can benefit. Definitely customers can benefit. This number two, how to understand the customers, how to offer them new services. This is something I think it opens a great field for cooperation between the banks and between the traditional financial institutions and the newcomers from the fintech space. Regulation is something that will happen. It's now, as Leah said, regulation is something with what banks live for decades. Also in the fintech space, it's pretty regulated space, especially, you know, the ones who are in the payments and the ones who have who store the value and who call the value the balances, the money balance of the clients. It's nothing new. It will continue. Of the crypto regulation is something what will come, and definitely, you know, we look forward and we hope that this regulation will just make clear rules, and it will not minimize the potential for innovation. So I would say openness, innovation, cooperation, and this way, you know, we can boost the creativity in both worlds, in fintech and the banks worlds, to use the AI in the best ways to produce new services. Definitely, of course, as digital payments will rise, more and more fraudulent transactions, everything will happen in digital space. AI is the key, but I really mean the key component in battling fraud, online criminal activities and similar else. Definitely, know the two main uses of the AI will be, you know, on the benefits of the clients and in minimizing risks. So openness, cooperation in bringing the value to the customers and minimizing the risk of losing money. Also good for the customers.
Thank you very much. So kind of like it was a very nice summary already from your part. So in particular, the openness, the collaboration, and the trust building aspect. And since kind of like we will soon be progressing to the panel one, so the next panel, I would like to shortly sum up that basically you welcome the AI regulation as long as it's a digital single market, which would benefit the European Union, the startups, the banks, all players, openness and same rules, same regulations for all players. And also the data aspect I take very much from this discussion is important, so that we can, or you need the data to work with it, but of course some regulation needs to be in place that you can do this and utilize this in a safe manner, and also leverage the potential of the data that is swooshing around, maybe in some data silos, maybe in data lakes, and kind of like combining it from different sources. So thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure to have you. I hope we see each other soon again, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now my pleasure to hand over
Thank you everyone for this discussion and for waiting during this technical break. Our next keynote is from Vedel, who is the French coordinator for the National Strategy in AI. And here we go.
Dear proud members of European AI ecosystems, first of all, I would like to underline how proud I am to participate to this edition of the European AI Forum, which brings together the most dynamic AI business associations in Europe. And in turn, I would like to salute Ukrainian tech, which is bravely fighting with its talents to increase the resilience of a European country severely attacked with the aim of bringing down an economy and undermining an entire national culture. Jointly, our countries are developing AI strategies, and thanks to the Commission's energy, we have a European coordinated plan. But these should be more than a mere set of calls, grants or regulations. They must build a path towards a more integrated digital market, toward the emergence of European scale-ups in AI, both in core AI industrializations and in applicative uses of AI. Things are changing fast. AI is now disseminating. This is the moment we can seize opportunities. Now, not later. Hence, I would like to focus my remarks today on two main ideas. First, the European so-called European Third Way, and the movement underway for European regulation of AI must pay attention to the current economic takeoff and ensure that the very ambitious obligations to be set by the AI Act are accompanied by mechanisms to stimulate innovation and rapid market access, first and foremost for emerging players. And second, current trends in AI are again moving towards concentration of power, and it may be useful in a complementary way to the market action and signals to ensure that a certain balance is preserved through the development of some well-chosen and targeted digital commons in the service of industrialization of AI and a balanced dissemination in Europe. So first idea, confrontation with the market and users in an iterative development. For a strong and dynamic European ecosystem to be structured, public policies must contribute to strengthening the innovation capacities of actors by putting a clear, proportionate regulatory environment. Research, technological innovation and entrepreneurship must be stimulated. The EU Commission has proposed an ambitious regulatory choices for digital technology, with a regime that is the most detailed and precise in the world. The objectives are noble and necessary to align with our democratic values, to have rules of balanced competition that establish our digital market, to have protections for workers and consumers that structures our social market economy. But it's not an easy task to put in place regulations with technological objects that evolve so rapidly and that do not respect the long time and progressive maturation of concepts. And of course, we also have other texts to make evolve, to make live. When we look at the GDPR, for instance, we understand that it's not enough to adopt text. They must be read, reread, and reinterpreted in the light of technological change. This must be done with greater creative audacity. For instance, the learning, testing, and evaluation datasets of AI systems are not mentioned in the GDPR because it was not a topic when it was drafted. Now it has become a major issue. And we need to distinguish more to have an agile interpretation doctrine that correctly distinguishes between learning phase and inference phase. So I would like to emphasize a bit on the AI Act, since the French presidency of the Council has been very active in the discussion of this text among the members of the Council. Again, as far as machine learning is concerned, the initial version of the text only incorporated the supervised AI paradigm. But the very rapid growth since 2018 of giant models with self-supervised training, which can perform a wide variety of tasks, has led to proposals for amendments. It was necessary, and it is necessary, for all actors in the chain to share the responsibilities, not just the last link, the one that adapts the model by fine-tuning and places the model on the market, but also the whole other actors in the chain. And now, thanks to these adjustments, general-purpose models will be taken into account and the obligation will be shared in terms of risk management, data curation according to the state of the art, technical documentation, and so on and so forth. It is clear through this example that rectifying things is not a problem when you are drafting a text, but we have to anticipate the cases in which new technologies in AI will occur once the text is adopted. So we must have a future-proof regulation. And also, as we know, the performance of mainstream AI algorithms, DeepL and ML in general, are closely linked to the quality and quantity of the data used. The uses and context in which they are deployed also have strong impacts. Also, in the transfer from research to industry can be fast. There is nevertheless a significant time linked to the improvement of those systems in industry by iterative confrontation with real use cases, in real settings, in real-world settings. And we need to have methods of model editing, post-processing, reduction, compression, retraining. This is why we need a regulatory framework that can be adjusted to technological novelty. We want to have an ambition to regulation, but we also need to let the time for methods of evaluation and certification to be set. We therefore need to build systems with audacious sandboxes that can take into account innovation, reactivity, and agile rereading of doctrines when necessary. It is thus necessary to have a whole range of contexts for sandboxes. Some will be used in a controlled environment prior to the market, where appropriate. But sometimes in the case of digital goods and services, it is important that European companies also can benefit from the first mover advantage and can also have the feedback of the market to improve their product. So it means real life settings, even in sandboxing, when a technology is new and when it's not permanent and when we have controls and limitations. Finally, the bodies that contribute to regulation, such as the AI board, must balance a culture of control and compliance with the rules for a culture of innovation and the emergence proactive of new use cases, and it means multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder bodies. Also, we will need to have and to finance and to support pilots to anticipate the enactment of the AI Act in certain domains in order to blank test, if I may say, the future application of the AI Act and to help future regulatory bodies. Also, any regulatory framework must be combined with measures to support businesses and particular SMEs in meeting the requirements of the frameworks. So we therefore have high expectations on the flagship schemes designed by the Commission. On the one hand, the future testing and experimentation facilities, on which the first call covering 4 verticals is currently being processed in healthcare, manufacturing 4.0, smart city and agri-food. And on the other hand, digital innovation hubs specialized in AI as a means of dissemination towards the industrial fabric. And despite the signals positive recorded in 2020 and 2021, the rate of adoption in Europe remains a matter of concern, and there is still a real inequality of access to those technologies depending on the size of companies. So in short, AI regulation will not be limited to a text. It will require a lot of tact, cooperation, iterative development, and exchange with regulatory bodies. But there's a second axis I would like to insist on that can facilitate things: the progressive industrialization of AI and its model management over the whole life cycle of AI models and systems. This is an area of intense developments of new B2B services, and one in which the development of cross-industry digital commons can be of great collective benefits. 2020 and 2021 marked a real acceleration in the dissemination of AI in goods and services. And when we look, for example, closely at the 27 French unicorns, we see that more than 40% of them are intensively using AI in the delivery of goods and services. And a recently published study by the European Investment Bank revealed that more than 21% of venture capital in OECD countries are now in AI. And we need the industry to face the challenge posed by the lack of robustness, explicability or stability in certain safety critical uses, like in Annex 2 of the Act, or the possible impacts on fundamental rights, like in Annex 3. In France, we have set up a national grand challenge around these issues. And we have initiated cooperation with Germany and Quebec, and we wish to cooperate with all European ecosystems in the field of trustworthy AI. But this clear sign of acceleration over the last year or two Now minds are focusing less on advanced modeling and data science and more on the challenges of industrializing AI. Documentation, traceability of the data cycle, machine learning operation, MLOps, and model supervision. This has led to the development of a European AI industrialization economy. We see startup specialization in data labeling, integrating and documentation of datasets management, data hub infrastructures, iterative versioning of models, and debugging and support. And similarly, many independent European cloud providers have decided to move towards the provision of advanced AI services. This movement has begun, and the role of the market is primary and essential. But I would like to emphasize on the role of the digital commons and the challenge of AI in open and community-inspired platforms. On the 7th of February, member states were invited to work on, promote on the development of digital commons. And a study conducted by the European Commission showed that 10% increase in code contribution on GitHub could create more than 600 startups and increase GDP by 0.5%. And AI is concerned because the rate of contributions on GitHub in AI is 3 times higher than the rate of software since 2014. So there are, I would say, 5 types of digital commons that could facilitate faster adoption of AI solutions: cost sharing, rapid reuse, and reduced bias or increased reliability through peer review models. As far as we're concerned, these axes are: first, we would like to exploit existing successes and help their development on a larger scale, such as scikit-learn, this framework developed in France and now very much used in the non-deep learning niche. We want to industrialize and develop the support it can provide and offer new functionalities, for instance, with a view to serving the European industrial ecosystem. So, with numerous libraries like scikit-image, scikit-onNX, and data wrangling modules. Second, it's also necessary to promote new internet standards with protocols capable of better handling the distributed management of data, more decentralized. The pioneering work of teams Bernally on SOLID and the Flemish IMEC ecosystem are very interesting, and our own National Computer Science Institute in Hrvoje also wish to invest in this issue in an open perspective. A European Federation of Energy really makes sense on these issues. Third, we also need to have a more established set of libraries in terms of trustworthy AI, both in open source for basic functions and with paid contribution for additional services to meet the needs for qualification and certification of model confidence intervals. Fourth, we have to prepare and anticipate the migration of AI services to the edge and embedded domain, at least partially. So our national strategy will thus support a very ambitious project to build a software platform for the development of machine learning models for embedded applications. And of course, it has to be interoperable with the major existing open source frameworks for the cloud. But it is a question of securing the technological base of entire economic ecosystems, such as industrial robotics, aeronautics, the automotive industry. And finally, the last domain, the fifth domain in which we could have more collective action through digital commons is the domain of giant self-supervised mega models, in particularly in the field of NLP. At the moment, these models are mostly trained in English, which raises an issue of discoverability of other languages. And this is why we have enthusiastically supported the big science project developed by Hugging Face for having the first multilingual giant models in NLP. Of course, it would be desirable for our ecosystems to cooperate more in the field of monolingual AI mastery throughout Europe. We have linguistic specificities, but also there is much technological generosity. And we know that these domains is a hot front of current hot front of AI, in which we must undoubtedly strengthen our cooperation at European level, because there will be developments in multimodality, some maybe in robotic systems also. Well, all in all, there is a lot to be done to improve our current position in Europe in the field of AI. And I'm very glad that this event today contributes to that. Thank you very much for your attention.
And welcome back to rainy Paris. little less romantic, but still beautiful. And we just want to apologize for the small technical hiccups we have with the sound. You know, it's a live broadcast, and everything happens when we're live. And of course, we try and we apologize for the slight hiccups. But I think you already witnessed a very interesting panel toward banking and regulation and compliance with Jeannette Gorzala from AI Austria. And now we're getting to a more, how can I say, yeah, really serious thing that we are discussing right now. And it is about, of course, the political situation that we have in Europe at the moment. Because as you see, our first video statement today was from the Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation from Ukraine, Oleksandr Bornyakov, and we were so proud and so honored that he had the first statement here on this 5th European AI Forum. And we began with Ukraine. At the end of the whole thing, we will talk live also with the AI house in Kyiv with our friend Gordan, and we will also talk to him about the actual situation which is happening in Ukraine. But what we have to see is that AI and defense is becoming more and more of an issue. If I can tell from my experience in the German AI Association, well, we were quite pacifistic before the last year and haven't discussed the military use of AI in any way. And this changed after the Russian aggression and the war Russia started toward Ukraine. And I think that it's not only us, that everyone out there is, of course, woke up into a new political reality, and things are discussed which were not possible some years ago. And so we are now entering nearly more than an hour of talks and videos and a panel about AI and defense. The first one for us, for the European AI Forum, and the first also for many national associations which are part of the European AI Forum. And I'm so glad that our first speaker comes from the Netherlands. It's Maarten Wammes. I really hope I spoke your name right, Maarten. Can we unmute Maarten, please? And he is the project lead, new technologies and arm control of the Security Policy Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Maarten will present about the high-level conference with European ministers on responsible military AI, which will take place, I think, in the beginning of 2023. And now it's the moment, Maarten, my dear friend, that you can contribute for the next 10 minutes toward the whole of the European AI ecosystem. And we are very glad that you're with us. And the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, moderator, and thanks for the great introduction, and thanks for having us on your program. Let me try to share my screen. There we go. Let me see if that's working. Is that working?
Yes, we can see it very
like
good.
That.
Thank you
right?
so much.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks again for having us, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having the opportunity to speak at this important platform. I'm truly honored to be part of this event with such a great lineup of speakers. Indeed, my name is Maarten Wammes, and I'm the project lead for the high-level multi-stakeholder conference on responsible military application of AI to be organized in The Hague on 15 and 16 February next year, indeed. So this is indeed an excellent opportunity to inform you, all the European AI coalitions, and those connected to them about our project. We believe your knowledge and network can be very instrumental in shaping that project. So what's the project about? The Dutch Parliament tasked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2019 to launch an international initiative on the control of potential new weapons of mass destruction. And we have chosen, after careful study and lots of debates, to focus on the application of AI in the military domain as the focus for our initiative. And of course, as you know, as no other, artificial intelligence as a system technology will influence and change our world fundamentally, including in the military domain. Some even call it potentially the single greatest technological opportunity of our working lives, and they may be right. The development of AI is continuing at a rapid pace, as you know, so we think it is crucial for the international community to take responsibility for the potential military applications of this technology now and in the future. And of course, advantages offered by responsible innovation of AI also in the military domain should be put to good use. Military application of AI is essential for technologically advanced and relevant armed forces. But at the same time, of course, military applications of AI carry certain risks. For instance, there are international concerns about the potential predictability of systems, a lack of human control, lack of clarity with regard to liability and unintended consequences, and escalation within the spectrum of force. These are the risks that must be adequately addressed in order to safeguard international security and the international legal order. So the Netherlands strives to be a progressive and responsible high-tech country and believes the development, deployment, and use of AI in the military domain must be put higher on the international political agenda, as you referenced to, moderator, just before. That is why we will be hosting this international conference in February next year. The aim of the conference is to agree on a common international agenda that will ensure AI in the military domain is developed and used responsibly within, of course, the parameters set by existing international law. We will thereby focus on the application of AI in military operations, in the use of force, and the decision-making processes leading to the use of force. We will be looking at the technical characteristics, the actual deployment and use of AI, and the frameworks that govern the responsible application of AI in the military domain. So we consider it of great importance that agreements be made not just between countries, but also with other relevant actors, especially since research, innovation, and technological developments in the area of AI take place primarily in the civil domain. Consequently, we will not only invite high-level representatives of governments, as usual, but also industry, academics, knowledge institutions, and international and civil society organizations in order to discuss the key opportunities, challenges, and risks associated with military application of AI. In our view, academics and industry, for instance, have a major role to play here, being the crucial actors laying the foundation of responsible development of AI. Together, we want to shape the dialogue on how we can best include the whole life cycle of AI, from research, design, and development to innovation and actual use of AI in the military domain. And with the conference over 6 months away, there's still opportunity for you to provide your inputs in this debate. So about the program, we expect about 1,500 participants from different stakeholder groups around the globe being physically present in The Hague to take part in an innovative and exciting program with high-level panels, expert sessions, debates, demonstrations, etc. And in addition, building on some of the more positive experience, I guess, of conferencing during the pandemic, the program will offer various online formats to attend from your own office or home, like we're doing today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me stress that this conference should not be the end, but rather a starting point of a global and shared process that will help to shape the future of responsible military AI. And of course, we should thereby be aware of the ongoing current debates in international frameworks like EU, NATO, and UN, not by copying them, but by at least building on them. And we hope you will get involved. So in conclusion, we invite AI coalitions around Europe and all others interested in the field of responsible AI to join us in building this common agenda. In doing so, there are various ways to support us. For instance, by supporting our communication campaign to be launched after summer, by sharing content and information about our project. And also after summer, we will launch a call for proposals to invite all stakeholders, including you, to hand in their ideas for the conference program and to think about potential deliverables for our conference. And finally, very practically for now, we would like to request you to distribute and fill in an online questionnaire on responsible development of AI in the private sector. The goal of this questionnaire is to learn more about experiences of companies dealing with responsible development frameworks for AI. What are the benefits and what is missing according to industry? So through our counterparts of the Dutch AI Coalition, we are very happy to send you the link and the QR code to this questionnaire. So if you would like to team up, please contact us through the organizers of today's conference or directly through our email, and we hope to speak to you soon. Thanks for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful rest of the conference. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maarten, for your input. We really appreciate that you're there. And we will see each other, hopefully, on February 23. I'm just asking that we are really live and broadcasting at the moment. Just wait a second, Maarten. Thank you so much for being here. So now, dear friends, in Europe, we are just waiting till the camera gets on because we don't see each other. I'm just looking at our technical friends that, are we live? What? Yes, all right. And so now on the next one, the upcoming talk will be from Jurriaan van Diggelen. He's the senior researcher of artificial intelligence and program leader of human-machine teaming at TNO. TNO is a research institute in the Netherlands that connects business and government and to apply knowledge. And Jurriaan will talk about the ELSA lab defense. ELSA stands for Ethical, Legal, Societal Aspects. This is a great collection of disciplines, is a good foundation of developing AI labs on. The aim of ELSA labs is also to ensure the companies of governmental authorities, centers of expertise, civil society, organizations, and the general public develop responsible application of AI jointly. This involves solution for both social and business problems, focusing on honesty, fairness, security, and all above, trustworthiness. The approach addresses human value as well as public values. So the Defense ELSA Lab is developing a future-proof, independent advisory ecosystem for responsible use of AI in defense domain. Jurriaan will now explain more about this new ecosystem. Jurriaan.
Good morning. My name is Jurriaan van Diggelen from TNO, the Netherlands. I am here to talk about ELSA Lab defense. This is a picture of the Christmas truce in 1914, where German and French soldiers laid down their weapons for a short period of time and played a game of football. I think this famous event is a reminder that war is foremost a human activity. No matter how cruel it can be, it's humans who pull the trigger. It's humans who decide to take a human life. And it's humans who cause the suffering. Humans with emotions, with a conscience, who can be held accountable and who may feel regret. If we automate war using artificial intelligence, we risk dehumanization of warfare. We might end up in a dark world where machines decide about who lives and who dies. And these people from the Stop Killer Robot campaign feel this risk strongly, and rightfully so. It would be irresponsible not to think about ethical AI in the domain where the moral risks are at its highest, in the domain of defense. But the question is how to stop these killer robots, and whether it's just killer robots we should be worried about, and how do we recognize a killer robot?
Hi.
Simply defining a law against killer robots or fully autonomous weapon systems won't solve the problem. We must regard each military system as a case of its own. So let's go through some examples. This is a Patriot rocket, a weapon system with highly autonomous capabilities which can be used to defend against incoming missiles. It has been around for at least 3 decades. Is it a killer robot? No one would say so. In fact, it is often regarded as a guardian of peace. You could argue that it would be immoral to prohibit these systems and to deny countries the capability to defend their own citizens. This is an entirely different AI-based system. It's a weaponized milram robot. Is it an ethically acceptable system? You can tell from this picture. It depends on whether humans can keep these systems under control. And this again depends on the software that they installed on it, the context where it will be used, which task it is designed to perform in autonomous mode, and the amount of human interaction and how these human operators are trained, etc. There is no single feature which determines if this system is morally acceptable or not. This is an AI-based information system which collects and interprets information in order to obtain real-time intelligence, for example, about an upcoming terrorist attack. The AI system does not have an embodiment. It lives in information space, just as an AI algorithm for cyber operations or sensor data analysis. These systems think at machine speed. They are not weaponized, but their behavior is not morally neutral either. They can invade people's privacy and might contain biases in their judgments. But also, their actions in information space, for example when they label somebody as hostile, may lead to the use of force further down the decision chain. And then there's this weaponized robot dog from the company Ghost Robotics. This robot caused a lot of public uproar. Many people felt deeply uncomfortable with the idea of a weaponized dog. And this is important to take into consideration. But how would public opinion shift if they were confronted with an enemy that would use such systems, when the enemy would have different ethical standards? Would that change their ethical perspective? Could it be the case that by focusing too much on ethical use, the military runs the risk of becoming less effective? All these examples show the importance of having an ELSA lab. ELSA stands for Ethical, Legal, Societal Aspects of AI. There will be no single solution for dealing with all of these aspects at once. We cannot define legislation that would solve our ethics and AI problems altogether. We cannot draft a checklist of engineering features that would cover all of ELSA and the military. But we can develop processes, methods, and facilities for investigating ELSA and the military. And this is what we are doing within the ELSA Lab Defense.
Hello?
Firstly, ELSA Lab Defense
This is just for the test because
where we
it's
can
really loud around
experiment
me.
with different military contexts and emerge subject matter experts in these contexts to allow them to experience what it's like to interact with different types of AI systems. Using virtual reality, we can rapidly change between defensive and offensive scenarios, between urban combat and combat in the open, between lethal systems and non-lethal systems, between human targets and non-human targets. Secondly, it is a place where we can experiment with different engineering solutions for ensuring responsible AI in defense. This can be done by implementing human-machine teaming, which aims to keep the human in the loop and to ensure the human is capable of performing appropriate oversight and acting as a moral agent if needed. Once moral decisions must be made, the humans should be able to take over control. In some cases, the machine brings the human in the loop, and in other cases, the human must take the initiative to take over. Furthermore, we must ensure that the human is capable of making an informed decision, with sufficient situation awareness, with sufficient time. These interactions between humans and machines don't arise by themselves. They require careful engineering. But what if there's insufficient time to bring the human in the loop? Or what if there's no connection to the remote AI system because of jamming or interference of the signal? In that case, we must ensure that control can take place prior to the operation. And this can be done by implementing moral behaviors in the machine. In this way, we instruct the machine on how to behave morally. For example, what it's allowed to do and what it's not allowed to do, how to weigh certain values when making decisions, and when to take the human in the loop. Again, this is far from easy. It requires a lot of concept development and experimentation, and a lot of input from domain experts. And it requires testing of prototypes together with humans in the ELSA lab before these systems can ever be deployed. Last but not least, the ELSA lab is a place where we can bring together different stakeholders. For example, to obtain a balanced overview of the values of all the stakeholders of the system, military personnel, citizens, politicians. But also we are bringing together the ecosystem of the ELSA lab itself, which are scientific institutes, TNO, TU Delft, ESSA Institute, Leiden University, Netherlands Defense Academy. And we also involve citizens to study public opinion together with the Haagse Hogeschool. We have government representation by the Dutch Ministry of Defense. And as the lab grows, we will more and more start to engage industry to get their perspective. ELSA Lab Defense is not an isolated entity within the Netherlands. The lab is connected to other ELSA labs that focus on other domains. For example, media, justice, healthcare, and others. But because the Netherlands Armed Forces always act in collaboration with international partners, we are seeking alignment of our methods for ELSA with other countries within NATO, EU, and United Nations. Thank you for your attention. For further questions, please contact me or visit the website of ELSA Lab Defense.
And welcome back, and thank you so much from the input of Jurriaan. Now we're talking about AI and defense, about the new political situation which is sadly happening in Europe and of course mostly in Ukraine, which changed the whole landscape of political thinking and also in the tech industry. As we mentioned, that AI and defense was not a big issue, I would say, some months ago perhaps, but it gets more and more important, and the lively discussion has to be told in Europe and towards all of the European Union, how we can get that. And thankfully, the next panel that we have for the next 35 minutes is that we want to talk to companies who are in the sector of defense and AI. How is their possibilities, what they're doing, and where do they see for the companies which kind of also future assets they can deliver towards that. So I have 3 panelists from all over Europe, and I really hope that I do their names honor in pronouncing it rightly. First of all, Gordan Pesic, he's the board member of DOC Inc. Gordan, I'm really happy that you're here, and I hope you can hear us. And the second is Victor Villard from Parrot, and the topic, of course, Analphi AI. And there I'm pretty sure that I can speak the name right, because he's from Germany, and it's Gunbert Scherf from the German company Wissing AI. Hello everyone, and just checking because we have to unmute you all now, because I think you're still muted, and I'm looking for my technical, and now I think still Gordan is still muted. So Gunbert, starting with you from Wissing AI, how is your company, and explain to Europe, how is your company involved in the sector of AI and defense? And thank you for being there.
Yeah, thank you for having us. And I think indeed it's timely to talk about AI and defense. I think it's great to have a forum like this to do so. I think probably, if I may, I'll slightly evolve your introduction. We are actually a company that was founded to do just AI to serve our democracies, as we call it, which really is for us focusing on the defense and security of our values. And unfortunately, as much as that's sort of something that we all don't like to sort of think about too much in our daily lives, it is a reality, and I think February 24th has brought that home. Our company, it's a European company, so we're set up in the UK, in Germany, and now also going into France. Is really been founded a year and a half ago by my 2 co-founders and myself, with the idea that we need to have sovereign ownership of the most important technology probably for the next years that will reshape, our relative influence, our relative prosperity, but also the way that our values are embedded in how we deploy technology quite significantly. And I think nowhere is that more the case than in defense and security. So Wissing, to your question, is really a company that was founded a year and a half ago when, people didn't yet talk about it, when it was also at times slightly more controversial to engage sort of deep tech for the sake of our collective defense and security. And we are now the largest, I think, AI team in Europe, I believe, at 110 people, growing to 200 people by year end, with the sole focus of promoting AI and software solutions that help, make sense of all that data that we have out there, deploy that on the edge, and give us situational awareness so humans can make better decisions. And I think these days, I think we can all look to the east and see what that is like and why that is so needed.
Thank you so much. The second one, Gordan, can you tell us a little bit what Doc Inc. is doing in the field of AI and defense?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Big regards from the Brussels. I'm currently on the EDF Info Day, European Defense Fund Info Day, so maybe it's a bit loud around me, so I apologize for that.
We can hear you well, Gordan, so please.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. So Docking is the company that deals with the robotics. For the last 30 years, we are a non-traditional defense player. So we are providing several applications when there is a dull, dirty, and dangerous work for the operators. For example, military engineering, humanitarian demining. This is related somehow to the counter-terrorism, crisis response, and the CBRNE, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear defense. Basically, we are working under the motto, don't send the man to do a machine's job. Basically, the entire spectrum of the artificial intelligence and the autonomous portion is somehow related to robotics in order to enrich the capabilities of the platforms and in order to provide the cognitive, to reduce the cognitive and the physical workload from the operators. This is quite important, and the artificial intelligence is quite important, and the robotics companies, I mean, they are going to have a significant shift from the platform providers to probably to the technology providers, enriching the capabilities and providing the possibilities for the platforms to work on the two portion, autonomous task execution and autonomous driving, and providing the artificial intelligence, as I said, for reducing the cognitive and physical load from the end users. So that would be the take from what is Docking doing and how we are organized in such a way.
Thank you so much. And now to Victor. Victor, bonjour. Et, très content que vous êtes ici, but we will pass in English again. And Victor, you can tell us a little bit about Parrot and Analfi AI, what you're doing in this important sector.
Hi. Well, thank you to welcome me on this panel, and I'm very happy to be here. So, as you may know, Parrot is the first European micro-drone manufacturer, and it's now, for a few years, we've been providing armies all around the world, including the United States, European countries, as well as Asian countries. And we are a dual company, providing drones both in the civil sector and defense sector. So we first started to design a secured drone for the US Army that is now proposed to all of them, which is Analfi AI. This is quite a small drone, and you can just have it fly in a few dozens of seconds. So it's quite efficient because you have it in your backpack, and in a minute it's on the air, and you can see what's going on a few miles away. There's a 32 times zoom, which means that you can see someone and say if this person is armed 2 kilometers away, with thermal camera to see at night and everything like that. So that's the first example of the drone that is clearly focused on cybersecurity and helps our key users to protect their data. And nowadays we're doing drones that embed more AI, just like Analfi AI. And the main difference is that first, it's a drone with higher connectivity, which includes both a direct radio connection and 4G connection. And second, it's a complete robotic platform with the capability for autonomous flight. And this means that it can avoid obstacles, discover its environment, and more importantly, users can embed into the drone their own software and including AI functions so that the drone can fulfill a specific mission. So what's important here is that for defense user, it means that you can program the drone and even have the drone act even if there's no GPS, no radio connection, and just have it fully autonomous, including drones behaving in swarms also.
Thank you so much. The first question I want to pose you towards in our discussion together, Gunbert, for example, in Germany, I would say that military engineering and the discussion about military and defense was a quite complicated one, I would say, even a year ago. Did you realize a shift in perception and acceptance towards AI and defense in the last month since Russia invaded Ukraine?
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think generally in not just in Germany, maybe in Germany more so, but also in all European countries, I think the discussions around defense and technology are always emotionally charged and obviously loaded with value debates, and they really should be, because that is sort of like what a democracy is about. It's about these are our defense forces. They're not some minister's forces. They are there by our choice. And also the technology that we equip them with and the choices we make are ultimately our collective choices, and that needs some debate. So I'd rather prefer to have a debate than not having a debate, because it means that we actually all can express what we believe in, and hopefully we'll make better choices for it. And I should say this is also why we as Helsing have a very strong grounding in working with democracies, which is our sole focus. Because we actually believe that democracies make those choices collectively. They do have the debate that you alluded to, and therefore we think that those judgments will be better. Has that changed? So clearly, when you set out to found a company that wants to deploy, AI and software solutions for defense, that question has been with us from the beginning. Will there be funding? A lot of people predict that there would not be willingness to fund a defense company, because VCs usually have terms that prohibit them from doing that, and people are, somewhat hesitant to affiliate themselves with. We actually found that it wasn't that way. So in our seed round, we actually were 3 times oversubscribed, and we raised about $10 million, or 8.5 million euro, which is a decent seed round. And similarly, we then were actually fortunate enough to have a very large, I think the largest Series A last summer and autumn. This was all still preceding the recent crisis. And I think the reason why that was already the case is because this crisis didn't come out of nowhere. This, aggressive war, and that's, what it is, came, as a sequence to events that we'd already seen from 2008, 2014 onwards. And so I think a lot of people have realized in the last years that, we see a return of geopolitics, the way that, probably we all sort of, have been used to living in the last 30 years cannot be taken for granted. And it takes effort, and it takes work, and it takes also work by the best and the brightest to do that. I think, of course, what we have seen in February 24th is some shift, I think, in broader society around that. I think we have more and more people signing up for the mission, because I think, Ukraine makes us all realize how very, near that threat is. But also before that, we have been always having very engaged ethical debates with talent, as we want them to be, as part of the hiring process, as part of, them joining. And that has stayed with us. But I think what we see more and more is that investors are now coming around. People that didn't have so much conviction last year already are now coming to this. And also we are seeing more and more, I think, talent wondering, how do I want to spend my energy? Do I want to do it on something that is maybe, interesting and economically rewarding, but not so meaningful? Or do I actually see a meaning in defending values and engaging with this topic? I think that's more and more happening. So I think, in summary, engagement has always been there. If you're critical of it, that's also engagement. I think we welcome that. But I think it's happening more and more closely. And I hope that we will also have more and more debates around how we actually want to work with that technology, because it is there. Autocratic governments don't have those debates. We should have them, but we should also then engage. And so I think that's unfortunately, of course, facilitated by the recent events.
Yeah. Gordan, Croatia is a quite young country, but it got their independence throughout a war of independence, which is not too long ago. But did you also realize, like Gunbert just said, a shift in perception and acceptance about this topic in AI and defense, and also what he said, that investors are more interested in this particular field?
Yes, indeed, I would agree with Gunbert on this. The global defense and security environment is going to change. It's going to change rapidly, especially now when there is emerging threats all over. I mean, on the borders of Europe. So the entire shift is coming. I'm just participating in the debates for the last 3 days here in Brussels. How the entire defense and security society needs to invest in the new emerging and disruptive technology, and the artificial intelligence and autonomous portion, big data, quantum technologies are part of the agenda, part of the topic. So for that particular reason, we need to considerably think how we are able to participate as the bright and the youngest companies, and especially from the Croatian side, because we have those experiences and we are using those experiences in order to provide different applications, especially from the robotics side. This is what my company is doing. Basically, what we are trying to do is to find the applicability of the robotic system and artificial intelligence and autonomous portion in order to execute such tasks, as I said before, to reduce the cognitive and the physical burden from the operators. The whole landscape is changing, and the autonomous and the artificial intelligence is going to play a significant part in especially in the command and control, communications, secure communications, cyber, surveillance, reconnaissance part, on the weapons and the effects of the weapon, the autonomous. This is the killer robo debate that we are having in the public domain. Then we are talking about the robotics applications, capability planning, such as the simulation aspect, CBRN, medical. So the entire spectrum of the decision making, enterprise management, logistics, the entire spectrum is changing, and the EDTs, like emerging disruptive technologies, are going to play a significant role in that aspect.
Thank you so much. Victor, l'armée française and the French army has a different, I would say, different standing toward, France has a different standing toward their military and defense capabilities, for example, in comparison to Germany. I think when you're on the 14th of July, you see big parades toward Paris with tanks and stuff like that. I think that would be not possible in this case in Berlin towards the Brandenburg Gate. You have another perception of military and defense in France. But however, did the war in Ukraine change the perception and the acceptance from the French society even more towards defense issues? And do you realize the same things that Gordan and Gunbert realized, that investors are quite more open to the subject?
I'm sure that the Ukraine war makes defense even more important in France, but I'm sure it's the same in other European countries. And of course, AI is a great tool to make this defense more useful or more efficient. And what's great about AI is that it can help humans, because when you use AI, you can have autonomous function of a drone, for example, not only, and then the human that previously were at the time used to control those drones can use this time on more efficient tasks, but then still be kept in the loop and make decisions. So what's important in all of this is that when you have an autonomous platform which uses AI, you have to trust this platform. And for you to trust this platform, you have to have a great cybersecurity level, and you have to prove your users with transparency, with proof of cybersecurity, and with privacy. When you're also in the civil world, you have to prove what and how cybersecurity is implemented. So for us at Parrot, it's quite important that we do all of that so that our users trust our platform and trust the way the drone is going to act and trust the way data is going to be captured. And that's also even more important because cybersecurity researchers in near past proved that for other platforms, for other drones, the platform was collecting data and the software used to fly the drone was sending some of this data abroad. And of course, with such a platform, you can trust the provider and you can trust your data collected by drones is going to be secured and be kept private. So it's really important to have this good balance between AI and cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm. Guntbert and all the others, Victoria and Gordan, normally I would think that when you talk about AI in defense, I would say the people on the street would say, well, that's an American topic. The Chinese are quite developed in applying AI and modern technology itself towards their military capabilities. Do we have, and I know it's a little, how can I say, not provocative, but asking you, Guntbert, has Europe a chance against these big technological players in the US and China who are pouring also with money from the states, billions and billions toward modern technology and defense? And sometimes I think, or let's say the perception is that the German army has 10 helicopters and 5 can fly. And how can we, as European AI ecosystem, prevail against the big players from the US and China?
Yeah, so I think it's a very good point because obviously, you know, more importantly, China has a different approach to this altogether. They call it, you know, civil-military fusion, which is a way of saying we will make accessible to the military also the commercial applications that exist, and that is basically the government mandating that, which I think should be a word of caution to anyone also in the AI ecosystem engaging with China, because that is what's going to happen. I think, you know, in Europe and in generally democratic societies, you know, that's not what we want. We need companies who actually go out there and offer something, because, you know, we don't want to use that other option that autocracies use. And so therefore it's very important that we have companies like here today that actually engage with that. Do we have a chance? Absolutely. I mean, we should not forget that you know, the real breakthroughs in multiple of the AI sort of disciplines have only been very recent. And so the application, you know, to defense problems, nobody can really be that far ahead. Now, clearly, of course, that should encourage us rather to do more. And now, of course, that Europe is engaging, you know, we've seen defense budgets being increased. We saw also, you know, the German government as part of its 100 billion program dedicating, you know, separate amount of money to AI. We've heard about the European Defense Fund and others. So I think, you know, we have all the ingredients. You know, we have the talent. We've always had the talent. We have, you know, the money, be it in the investment, but also the government user side. And I think we have now a sense of urgency, facilitated, unfortunately, by recent events. What we need to make all that come together is ecosystem, is companies, because the governments can only pose the problem. And they have many problems. There are many things to be resolved. I mean, I'll just give you a couple of examples which show how demanding those problems are and why I think the military will drive a lot of progress in the next years in AI at large. The military problem is huge amounts of data. Take, for instance, you know, a classical electronic warfare system. It will gather, you know, a terabit of data when it's in full operation per second. That's a lot of data. And you have to process this, you know, on the edge. So, you know, you can't bring your cloud. This is also to your question on, you know, do we have to worry about the large players? Well, they don't really solve those kind of problems. They have a big role in cloud and in providing compute, but solving these things on the edge, on board of a jet or a protected vehicle or something like that is a very challenging problem. You know, you have 12 watts, you have messy data, you have electronic warfare, jamming, limited connectivity. And this is actually what fascinates a lot of the talent as well, is that you have to solve problems that we've never had to solve like this in the commercial world. You know, latency requirements are crazy. Everything has to happen in split seconds. You have to fuse a lot of different data sources. So those are problems that nobody has fully solved. A lot of countries, of course, are going after it. But I think there are two things in Europe that, and I think this is why this forum is very important, that need to come together. And one is, of course, I mentioned this already, companies. You need, talent and young people to come together and gather around the companies. I invite everyone to join, us or anyone here to do that. But secondly, also, we need to, in Europe, solve this special challenge of being multiple countries that also need to come together. And so I think joint initiatives, large programs, the Future Combat Air System, FCAS, the European Defence Fund, many other things, they also need to come together so that rather than fragmenting ourselves, we consolidate. And this is again why, can't stress this enough, we as Helsing was set up multi-domestic to make sure that we can bring the largest country markets together, the talent bases, and really sort of consolidate and not fragment ourselves. And then I very much believe we have everything to gain, and then hopefully then also drive our values into the technology.
Gordan, Gunbert just spoke about consolidating, working together as a chance to prevail against the big players in the US and China. How do you see the situation? How do you see, how can we prevail? And do you see any kind of European cooperation towards defense in AI from your side? Or does do we have to do more in this area, Gordan?
Yes, first of all, I'm really glad that Gunbert and the rest of the panelists are having the same struggles like we others have. From the perspective of consolidating the defense, yeah, this is the only sector that is requiring consolidation, while every other sectors are asking for the fragmentation and to have displaced value chains. So this is a big challenge for the defense industry per se. So but from the perspective of how Europe is able to play significant role in this segment, I would say that there is a huge acceptability criteria in European countries on the artificial intelligence. For example, France, Germany, Estonia, countries like that are really keen on playing the competitive role with China and the United States and Australia as well. So I would say that Europe is able to play that game, and as a European society, we are boosting the innovations in that segment. So this is what we need to encourage as the industry, as the governance factors, just to push the agenda of this emerging disruptive technology, because with this we are in a position that we are able to play, as I said, competitive game. I'm seeing that the major acceptability criteria in Europe would be, again, France, Germany, Switzerland, Austria. In comparison to US, China, and Japan, for example, we are on a good path. So yeah, just keep on punching.
So first of all, it's of course it's always in a panel that people have the same challenges, and towards talent, towards data that you just said. I think all sometimes panels are kind of group therapy, but in this case of discussing this, Victor, do you have France is a very, how can I say, the importance of national sovereignty is a very important thing in France. I would say it's even more than in other countries there. But how can we as European AI ecosystem prevail and have a chance against the big players? Is it consolidating? Is it banding together? Or is it more cooperating, for example, from French company to Croatian companies towards all of Europe?
So indeed, sovereignty is quite important in France, as it is in other countries such as the United States, China, or Russia. And what we can see is that in those countries, there's a lot of support from those different states. And we can see that both China, Russia, and the United States really help their companies and industry so that they can develop technology and get always better on AI or other solutions. So first, it's important that European countries act the same way so that we can keep the same evolution and keep going on innovating and so on. So that's what European states can do, but of course, companies have to act so that they can work together and cooperate, as you mentioned. What we did at Parrot a bit more than 1 year ago is that we were leaders for launching a European Federation of Security Drones. And this European Federations, of course, promotes sovereign solutions and trusted platforms, both for drones, aerial drones, but also for UGV or sea drones. And what we see here is when we speak about global solutions, we have to see that those solutions can include both software solutions connecting to different kind of drones, be that UGV, aerial solutions, or naval solutions. And we have to promote interoperability. This interoperability is possible only if those devices can authenticate in a similar way and manage identity and all of those things. So here we see that there's a strong link between sovereignty, cybersecurity, and what AI can provide.
Yeah, thank you. So one thing, and sadly this will be our last question round there, because we're nearly out of time there. And just wanted to ask you shortly, Guntbert, the upcoming AI regulation in Brussels. I would guess that AI and defense would be in the high risk category of the upcoming regulation. Are you a little, how can I say, I wouldn't say afraid, but the challenge it has to provide that you have to go through a notification board or something like that, or regulatory board in applying defense and AI? How do you see the situation towards the situation in Brussels?
Yeah, no, I don't see it that much as the big challenge, because the European Commission, has a mandate in the common market, but not in defense pillar. Right? Defense is still, I think this was mentioned, an intergovernmental affair. It relates closely to the national sovereignty, and so therefore, I don't think that regulatory initiatives per se will be the challenge. I think what we will rather need to do is, this is coming back to your earlier point, is make sure that we have good debates, because what we need to do is we need to give people in society an idea that this is not sort of somehow companies and militaries going rogue and doing technologies that nobody can have faith in. On the contrary, everybody that I've seen, and I think this panel also showed it, is very conscious and conscientious about the choices we make. The people, the researchers, the software developers working on those topics all want to do good. They want to do ethical things. They care quite a bit about it. We have ethical audits, etc., etc. So I think I don't think it will be regulation. I think it will more be, the general, democratic consensus and buy-in that we will need to work towards. And if I may add a second point, just to sort of also, summarize a bit this discussion, I also think that we need to just have pan-European view, and I include the UK in that. Not only because we also have a presence there, but really because I think, they are part of Europe. They left the EU, but they're part of Europe, and this is a European shared democratic endeavor. And I think also, therefore, the only way we can break through fragmentation is also if we create European companies. We've done this before, right? There was a huge wave of doing this, in the 80s, 90s, and Airbus and others came out of it. And there's no reason why we can't do this. This is why Helsing, was from the beginning funded by French, British, and German investors. Now also sort of more European countries in it. It was from the beginning also set up to be multi-domestic, each country being sovereign, but at the same time sharing some common product backbone. And I think it's those kind of things, not just us, but I'm sure there will be others that can drive a European common approach. And I think that's also important. I think having some optimism so that we don't fall into sort of somehow a fatalist idea that we can't do this. I think we very much can. And I think there's a lot of energy now out there to do that.
Gordan, and please with a shorter answer, but this pan-European view that Gunbert just told. Do you see it too? And what is your thinking about the regulatory part of it?
The regulatory part, if you ask me, I think it's going to be a challenge. Interoperability, as Victor mentioned, is going to be a huge problem in order to ensure interoperability. So verification, validation, and accreditation of certain applications of the artificial intelligence is going to be a challenging thing. Rules on data management, for example, taxonomy that they need to provide somehow, the explainability concerns, the man-machine teaming is a big major challenge for the end users, how they are able to play the game alongside with the machines and how to understand them and how they are able to learn from each other. And from the other aspect, I believe that the standardization will be a huge challenge. Having read the technology roadmap of NATO, which is also a driving force and in alliance with Europe, so this somehow needs to be interoperable, and I believe that this will require time. So I believe that in 2030 we are not going to be above TRL 6 level. So this is something that I see as a driving force that is going to be really challenging. And from the perspective of
sorry, I just because we're a little running out of time now. Victor, what is your thought about the pan-European view and the regulation challenges?
Of course, every new regulation is a challenge, and it's important that the regulator keeps in mind that regulation have to have a good balance between applicability and efficiency. But what I see concerning AI is just the same thing as, once again, I'm going to do parallel with cybersecurity and privacy. So we had new regulation for example, GDPR 4 years ago, and the thing that is quite the same is that both need transparency. European users need to understand how things are designed and how their data is going to be managed and processed. And we saw with GDPR 4 years ago that with transparency, companies can explain how it works and can explain to the user how the user can keep control over their data. So here, concerning AI, it's just an extension of those principles. So it's important that we do that as European companies, and it's really a great added value, because we saw with GDPR that we are the first zone in the world that did that kind of regulation, and then others did more or less the same. And I'm sure that it's going to be the same for AI. And of course, our users should not, especially in the defense sector, they should not use black boxes they don't understand and they can't trust.
Thank you so much. Looking at the time, we made it exactly in the right amount. I just want to say thank you so much. Hvala Gordan, merci Victor, vielen Dank Gunbert, that you were all here, that we have this really important discussion about AI and defense, and I'm pretty sure that it won't be the last time we're discussing. We're so happy that our first defense panel with such competent panelists. I really hope that the cooperation towards Europe, especially in the AI and defense, will prolong, and the companies toward Europe are working together. In the panel, there was already the discussion about the European Defence Agency. And now I can announce that Jurriaan Sedivi, the Chief Executive of the EDA, the European Defence Agency, has a video statement for us. Guys, thank you so much for being there. And now Jurriaan Sedivi is his floor. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, guys.
And thank you.
Nice
to
meet you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to address the 5th edition of the European Artificial Intelligence Forum. Today, I wish to share with you the work of the European Defence Agency in the area of artificial intelligence. Let me begin by sharing with you how we see artificial intelligence and why we believe it is important for defense. Given AI's accelerating technology advancements, it will likely have a profound impact on daily life, from the labor market to doing business and providing services. While automation and robotics are already broadly used in a range of industrial activities, the ongoing digital revolution opens a new dimension and gives a new quality to information and decision-making. The security and defense sectors are, of course, not exempted from this. Artificial intelligence is expected to change the nature of future warfare. Armed forces are one of the main consumers of data and information. Future systems will rely not only on more rapid, but on more intelligent and autonomous systems to support operational requirements. The incorporation of artificial intelligence into autonomous systems and the evolution of robotics will vastly improve the performance of existing and future platforms. The position and utilization of cutting-edge technologies in artificial intelligence will be a strategic asset to safeguard and develop military superiority. In a defense context, artificial intelligence will become a strategic enabler for cyber defense, surveillance, or AI-supported supply chain management. It will also improve data gathering and interpretation, cutting down response times for actions and countermeasures. In short, there is almost no area in defense that will not be affected by the AI revolution. The potential for AI-enabled systems exists at all levels of conflict and across all operational domains. AI will have a significant impact in military operations that require split-second reaction times in highly complex environments, durations beyond human endurance or high personnel costs over long periods, agility and adaptation to evolutions in objectives. Today, artificial intelligence is changing the way we think about and plan for conflict as AI-enabled systems and technologies are already being used by the military and industry. For example, AI-enabled systems are already improving image clarity in satellite pictures and sifting through massive amounts of image data. Other efforts are focused on applying AI to further enhance surveillance, reconnaissance and intelligence analysis, and threat evaluation, but also to areas such as cybersecurity, underwater autonomous navigation, and command and control. Going forward, it can be expected that AI will also have an impact on doctrine, organization, training, material, personnel, and facility management. The impact is clear. So how does the European Defence Agency work on AI? At EDA, artificial intelligence is investigated across several project strands, working groups, and through capability development. We therefore developed an AI action plan to accelerate and smooth the adoption of AI by the armed forces. This AA action plan delivers artificial intelligence definition, taxonomy, and glossary, which has established a common language amongst all stakeholders. A common narrative on AI, which established a common understanding of what AI means in defense. Intensified and prioritized AI projects and activities within the agency, such as the development of a unified EU framework for certified AI-based systems, AI strategic research agenda, which includes the technology gaps and the recommendations for developing AI technologies for defense. We also address AI from a capability development perspective. Within the EU Capability Development Plan, AI's focus is one of the development of innovative technologies for enhanced future military capabilities, such as supporting decision-making tools in command and control, improving intelligence gathering and processing to provide situational awareness, supporting recurrent activities like logistics, planning, airspace, management, and analysis of lessons identified in an operational context. Development of autonomous, automated decision-making of unmanned systems in contested or congested environments. In our expert capability technology groups, work is ongoing to identify the state of the art of this technological domain, experiment, and introduce these technologies to collaborative projects. Since there is a little distinction between civilian or military artificial intelligence, we have also launched an innovation challenge on the area of AI to engage with non-traditional defense communities which lead the evolution of AI technology. This is an exciting prospect that we will intensify in the coming years with similar activities under the new Hub for European Defence Innovation within EDA. Before closing, it is crucial to refer to the ethical dimension of AI. EDA shares the need for technology to be developed hand in hand with strong ethical considerations. Ethical and secure by design algorithms are crucial to build trust in this disruptive technology, but we also need the broader engagement of civil society on the values to be embedded in AI and the directions for future development. This engagement should be part of the efforts to strengthen our resilience at all levels, from local to national and European, across armed forces, industry, and civil society. Therefore, the European Defence Agency is closely monitoring the debate on ethical and trustworthy artificial intelligence. I believe with the continued European cooperation, we can maximize the enormous potential of AI, and events like today's European AI Forum are important building blocks to greater cooperation in AI. Thank you.
And thank you very much for all the interesting information. Special thanks to Daniel for this very interesting panel. And at this point, we came to an end on the topic of defense and AI, and we're starting to open a new chapter, the chapter of regulation. In that terms, I'd like to welcome a video statement by the member of the European Parliament for the Green Links political party, Kim van Sparentak.
The AI Act is an unprecedented opportunity for the EU to choose what kind of AI ecosystem we want to have in Europe. And by doing so, we can become a world leader in safe, ethical and sustainable innovation with clear rules. We can use technology to benefit society. Think of applications in health, sharing of knowledge and connecting and including people on so many levels. AI could also provide a promising tool to help save energy, materials and reduce waste in production processes. And the EU should take the lead in these types of AI for good. Unfortunately, with a relatively new technology like AI, we also see huge risks of blindly deploying these technologies without taking into consideration the kind of impacts it can have on people's lives. Think of being flagged in a fraud risk system without you knowing, with life-destroying consequences, as we have unfortunately seen multiple times in the Netherlands with the Siri fraud risk system or the Dutch childcare benefit scandal, which forced the Dutch government to resign last year. Or think of constant surveillance at work, where employers track workers' every move, how many keystrokes you've done, or even where your gaze is, and punish employees that don't look concentrated enough. We need strong rules to ensure innovation in Europe is used for good. Technology has to serve society and humanity, not rule us. And Europe has a lot to gain from setting clear and ethical rules when it comes to digitalization. The AI Act will lay down minimum standards that AI systems will have to comply to ensure we limit bias, for example. And by doing so, we help the users of AI systems to better understand the impact of the systems they are using and how they can do that in a way that complies with fundamental rights. The AI Act takes a proactive approach and ensures systems are ethical by design. It is actually very targeted. In those areas where it matters and where people's rights are at risk, AI in Europe must be designed to be transparent, non-discriminatory and robust from the start. Setting clear rules guarantees that technology will be designed to be safe and serve people and society instead of control us or discriminate us. This way we can create confidence and trust in these systems, an attractive and stable investment climate and stimulation for innovation in the long run. And this would benefit European businesses. The technical requirements apply only to a specific list of systems that can be used in a way that has a high risk to health, safety and fundamental rights. If you're using AI to make prediction processes less wasteful or crop watering more environmentally friendly, great news and low risk. But if you use AI to decide whether someone can get a loan, will get social benefits or is classified as a fraud, this has big consequences. And this is where we need strong rules and where the AI Act's requirements kick in. Regulating those areas has nothing to do with hampering innovation. It is essential in a democratic society. And despite the AI Act being this targeted, I'm hearing a lot of talk about exceptions. For example, general purpose AI, mainly produced by large companies, or for smaller businesses. And because the AI Act already only applies if you're producing or using AI that can pose a risk to people and society, I think we would fundamentally undermine the Act and protection of fundamental rights with such exceptions. We should not create a situation where only large US companies are transparent and safe by design. It would actually undermine the benefits of this Act for European industries and the trust of users and consumers in AI. And we're already seeing that the US and US companies are lobbying very hard to weaken the rules. But we can and should be leaders in ethical AI in Europe. And therefore, there are two things I think we should add to the AI Act. One, a mandatory fundamental rights impact assessment before the use of systems with a risk to people's rights. And two, rights to explanation and redress for people who have been affected by AI. Because the largest fundamental rights violations we've seen AI being used for were not violations because the systems were broken, biased, or unsafe. They function just fine, but because of the way they were used and governed by the users without safeguards or rights for people subject to these decisions. If you classify an AI system as having a high risk to be used in violation of fundamental rights, to me the only logical step is not only to give it a technical check, but to look at what these exact risks of use are and if and how they can be mitigated in a specific use case. This means also people subject to AI decisions must be included in the proposal. These people should not longer stand empty-handed, but have rights to obtain information, explanation and redress. Companies and governments should be able to give people this information as long as AI systems are designed in compliance with the AI Act. The AI Act is an opportunity for Europe to choose our own principle in the development of technology, to make sure that businesses and institutions that want to use AI know what it does and that they can trust the systems. And by doing so, we can create a climate in which Europe will become a world leader in good and ethical technology that does not harm people or planet, but actually serves society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this really interesting topic of how the AI regulation cannot harm the EU AI ecosystem. But now, next up is my fellow Croat, Mr. Karlo Ressler, member of the European Parliament and also the Vice Chair of AIDA.
Dear participants, dear organizers, I'm glad to address you at another edition of the AI Forum, which has become one of the key European conferences in the field of AI and advanced technologies. This edition is being held amid a parliamentary debate on the AI Act. The coming months will be crucial for shaping the European Parliament's position on AI rules in the single market. Without exaggeration, it could be said that we are facing decisions that will determine the prospects for European social, economic and technological development, especially in the digital world, for the next few decades. The new rules must ensure the protection of the fundamental rights of citizens with human-centered approach. Equally, it is crucial to secure the conditions for innovation development and economic growth in order to make Europe an even stronger global player. In addition, with the new legislative framework, we are again in a position to set global technological standards. There are many different views on Europe's digital future, and complex debates are ongoing. But even today, we can be proud of the work done so far. Europe has shown again the ability to recognize the momentum and to react accordingly, even if that means opening up demanding issues. Still, if we want to remain globally relevant, we need to be faster and more efficient. Dear colleagues and friends, I'm confident that this forum will make a valuable contribution to the current debates. I wish you successful work and constructive talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ressler. And we have another video statement by our esteemed member of the European Parliament, Eva Maydell.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends from the European AI Forum. Today I very much wanted to be with you, but unfortunately I had to accommodate a trip to Dublin and my flight unfortunately doesn't allow me to join you in real time. I want to congratulate you on hosting your 5th edition of the European AI Forum this year. I think it's quite an accomplishment and one that I'm sure you will continue to build on. You have definitely become one of the go-to voices for startups and innovators in member states when it comes to building an AI regulatory framework. As you all know, in the European Parliament, we are in the midst of the negotiations on the AI Act, which is the first ever general law on AI. And if I could leave you with one thought today, it would be this, that AI is too important not to regulate, but it's also too important not to regulate well. And so the conversation around the AI Act in Brussels seems like it's largely been constructed to the use of biometric facial recognition. And of course, this is a very important debate with serious consequences. But after all, governments using biometric facial recognition is only 5% of the whole story. The other 95% are the businesses actually producing and using these technologies. And all of you out there today are the ones that are innovating, creating, and trying to deploy this technology. So we can only have AI based on European values if companies are able to develop, to experiment, to innovate, deploy AI here in Europe rather than elsewhere. So my report on the AI Act was adopted in the Industry Committee 2 weeks ago with the backing from all political groups. I got 61 in favor to the report and only 2 against. So we sent a strong signal.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, but I was muted.
Within 5 key areas, and I would like to very briefly outline these 5 areas because I think they're particularly important for the work you do.
Can you hear me?
The first one is aimed to a more ambitious proposal on regulatory sandboxes, including a whole new annex of how this should be set up. The second point is focus on strengthening the measures to help startups and SMEs. Thirdly, when it comes to the definition, we are using the OECD definition of AI system as it's internationally recognized. And lastly, we are putting some realistic and feasible guidelines on accuracy, on robustness, on cybersecurity and data. Also, when it comes to the AI system specifically developed and put into service for the sole purpose of scientific research, they should be, in our opinion, within the scope. So with these 5 areas, I think the committee is bringing innovation and competitiveness back into the conversation. And given our strong and broad political backing, I hope I will be able and have the support to push for many of these points to be taken on board in the main negotiations in autumn. I recently met with some of your members. We discussed the legislative work, the AI Act, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing the conversation in the months ahead with all of you. As you know, discussions will be intense. And lastly, perhaps I just want to say that the European Union cannot afford to become some sort of a digital fortress or regulation. It must become a global tech leader, a partner to work with and not a regulatory giant to admire from afar. So I hope you take this into consideration in your discussions, and I look forward to our continuous collaboration. Best of success.
Thank you very much, Eva Maydell. And now it's time for the second panel at today's 5th edition of the European AI Forum. And as you can see, I have been joined on the stage by lovely Vanessa Ken, the General Manager of the German AI Association. Vanessa, what are we going to talk about today in our panel on AI data and regulation?
Yeah, it's really great. I'm so excited to be here and talk about this important topic that's, I think, being debated in the political field in AI for quite a while some-time. Actually, today, the AI Parliament is discussing AI Act, so it couldn't be a better date to discuss the AI Act and AI regulation, data regulation today. 3,300 amendments. That's the number that was taken into the EU Parliament on AI regulation. So you can see the controversial is high, and that's why I'm so excited that we have this fabulous lineup. Maybe you can tell us more about our speakers.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great time to introduce our panelists today. First off, Patrick Bézombe, Chairman of the Artificial Intelligence Standardization Committee in France. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Hello, bye-bye.
Great to have you here. Thank you very much. Alexandra Ebert. Alexandra is a responsible AI, synthetic data and privacy expert and serves as a chief trust officer at the synthetic data company Mostly AI. Alexandra, welcome to the stage.
A pleasure to be here.
And Karine Passet, head of AI unit of the OECD division for digital economy policy. Really nice having you here too. As Karine, welcome.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here too.
Yes, so let's just jump into the discussion, I would say. We would like to start with a brief status quo of regulation, because I bet there's a lot of people in our audience also asking themselves what is being discussed right now, where we're standing when it comes to AI regulation. And I would like to ask you, Karine, the first question: where are we actually standing when it comes to AI regulation in Europe? But maybe you can also bring this to global scale and tell us what's going on a global scale compared to Europe.
Sure. Thank you again. It's a real pleasure to be here. So it's really an interesting moment for AI regulation, not just in Europe, but really globally, with legislative proposals in Brazil, in the United States, in China, and of course, as Eva Maydell highlighted, in the EU with the EU AI Act, which is really the first of its kind in terms of being a comprehensive horizontal regulatory package for AI. So many regulators and policymakers around the world are keenly watching what the EU is doing in this space, and it's very encouraging from the OECD standpoint, which is a bigger group of countries that includes European countries and then other countries that with, let's say, similar values, including the Americas, but other countries like Australia, Japan, Korea, and a number of others. So it's very encouraging to see that there seems to be a fair amount of compatibility between the approach the Commission has taken and others like the US or Japan on how best to implement trustworthy and human-centric AI and this and on the risk-based approach, and also increasing attention on the importance of compatibility between EU activities, EU regulation, and some kind of compatibility or interoperability with political initiatives like the Trade and Technology Council and other international bodies. So that being said, again, we're at we're all at a pretty early stage of regulation for AI, where the initiatives today, there's still predominantly soft regulatory approaches with a lot of ethical frameworks and guidelines and voluntary processes, technical standards, a lot of hybrid approaches as well, with regulatory experimentation, standardization, co-regulatory approaches as well. And this, of course, is evidenced by the Spanish pilot AI sandbox that was launched on Monday. So we see a lot of opportunity with this type of sort of experimental or smart experimentation, including experimentation of the EU AI Act itself, which is very interesting to inform policymaking and regulatory processes, by providing this dynamic evidence base. But, of course, I think major challenges with sandboxes with the EU AI Act and with just more broadly with many initiatives pertains to the governance structures and setting up governance structures and institutional coordination among regulators and enforcement powers that actually make these that will actually make the legislations enforced in a meaningful way. And I'd just like to emphasize the importance of the evidence base in such rapid policy making, in rapidly moving areas of technology, and point to some of the work that we've begun, that's partly inspired by the EU's AI Act, which includes a future requirement to report AI incidents. And what we've been working on is starting to think ahead on that reporting framework for AI incidents that would ideally be really global, because the incidents are a key goal will be to avoid the incidents taking place in one jurisdiction take place elsewhere, just because there was no knowledge or knowledge sharing about it. So I wanted to mention that we're actively, preparing for that, not just to be able to provide the evidence of the incidents and avoid them to reproduce, but also to inform policy in terms of what risks actually materializing in the real incidents into accidents or incidents in the real world or near misses. So thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. Maybe you can add to that, because it's really interesting to hear that global policymakers have AI on their schedule these days, but maybe how's the EU way different in any way to what global players are doing? Do you see any differentiation, or are we heading in the same direction of the discussion that global players are too?
I think there are distinctions that are important in the approaches, but I think there are commonalities, and so that's what we try to focus at the OECD on, the commonalities and interoperabilities. And so, can we use the same frameworks, even if, for example, the United States has a voluntary framework for risk assessment? Can we agree on baselines, for risk assessment? Are there areas where we can, to make life easier on countries, on companies operating internationally, on regulators? Are there areas in which we're close enough, even if in some cases in the US, for example, at the framework will be voluntary, whereas it will be mandatory in the EU? You can expect to see that. Can we facilitate to some extent interoperability between these requirements? Because even if they're voluntary, you can expect to see a lot of impetus behind them.
Yeah, cool. I think that's a good setup to actually, this common understanding is something that plays a huge role, of course, also when it comes to standardization. So I would like to get the question to Patrick. Maybe, Patrick, you can explain to us where we're standing when it comes to standardization, and will Europe be the major player that brings out a standard on AI that has a global width?
Yes, sure. First of all, I think it is important to understand the role that standardization is going to play within Europe. Actually, a lot of people are looking at the regulation and they don't see that future harmonized standards are going to be key, because the conformity to harmonized standard is going to be a presumption of conformity to the regulation. So it could be quite bizarre to spend hundreds of hours analyzing the AI regulation and not looking at what is behind the standardization. So I'm also the vice chair of the Sensenec JTC 21, in addition of being the chair of the French committee on AI standardization. So JTC 21 is one of the technical committee of Sensenec, which is a European standardization organization. And we are very much connected with the European Commission, and we are trying to anticipate the future standardization requests supporting the AI Act. Actually, we have a roadmap that is defined. We're going to adopt a couple of ISO IEC standards, and the first one that we are probably going to adopt on terminology, because in the AI domain, if we don't speak the same language, we won't understand each other. And this is the first risk. People are speaking about risk on AI. Well, the first risk is that we don't understand each other. So we have to agree on a set of common terminology. Then we will go a step further, of course. We're going to adopt most likely the future ISO 42001, which is about AI management system, very much similar to ISO 9001 and ISO 27001, which is on cybersecurity. And then there is the whole list of trustworthiness characteristics that are going to be very important. You know, people speak about robustness, accuracy, safety, explainability, all the things, bias, fairness, all the things that are very important for us, but which need to be detailed in the technical world. So we are starting to do that. We have launched ad hoc groups, working groups, to try to frame what it could be. And in response to Karen, I can say that we anticipate having exchanges with the US, specifically with NIST, to align the EU and US vision under the TTC framework. I mean, the TTC clearly expect us to be as much as possible aligned, and this is what we intend to do. So once again, it is really important for everybody to understand the key role that standardization is going to play. And those who are complaining about the lack of clarity in some AI Act requirements, probably should think that this clarity is going to be brought by the standardization, the future standards.
Yeah, thanks for that, Patrick. So standards as a really important and key cornerstone of regulation. Alexandra, maybe to you as an entrepreneur in the round here, how do you see the current developments on regulation in the field of AI, but also on data, and maybe even the key importance of standards for you as a company?
Great question. So I'll actually deviate from how we as a company see it, because we are a European startup and are very in favor of the developments that are currently ongoing, because we help organizations with privacy and also responsible AI requirements like fairness and explainability. But as a company, we work with some of the largest financial service providers, insurances, telcos in the United States and also in Europe. And one positive thing is that you can observe that AI and how to do it responsible by now is definitely a board level topic. And I see here, or I think here again, we see the global influence that European regulation, even if it's still in the draft stage, has on organizations in different parts of the world. So there is definitely lots of preparation going on to comply with future regulation and also do the right thing and keep the permission from the general public to continue using artificial intelligence and even expand on that. I also do think that standards are important, but besides standard, one other thing that also becomes apparent when talking with other industry players about the upcoming regulation is that there's a strong need for additional guidance. So one wish from different industry participants is that actually there would be some working groups for dedicated topics like how to actually achieve fairness, how to actually achieve explainability, because this is still all of these different fields are still so early in the research phase that there's sometimes not yet a clear understanding how to approach it from a technical perspective and in which direction to head from a regulatory and societal point of view.
Yeah, really important points you touched, Alexandra. I think often we're debating much too much about how tough regulation is, if it's too weak, if it's too strong. But I think what the entrepreneurs really need here is clarity in the regulation. So thank you for your statement here. And let's focus maybe in the next step on Europe as a leader in the field of innovation, because I think the problem about this debate is often that we're centered very much about regulation, but forgetting how we can also become drivers in innovation. And I think this balance for us, at least as a European AI Forum and as a network of AI entrepreneurs, is really important to us. So Karine, maybe you can focus on how Europe can, in your opinion, become leading in AI, and especially in AI when it comes to products and creating services.
Sure. Thanks, Vanessa. So we track AI trends and developments across many countries on OECD.AI, and there's no way around the fact that the US has a head start, and China has been catching up very rapidly on many fronts, as well as India more recently, but also that Europe has clear strengths it can leverage, as well as challenges along the way. I think that instead of trying to compete with large established private companies from outside of Europe, focusing on Europe's strengths is probably the winning strategy. And one of those strengths is really the business to business with a lot of innovative startup companies, and not necessarily startups, also much larger companies, like Cosmotech is one that we know well in France, and also advanced robotics companies that are really leaders in Europe. And Europe is very strong in B2B markets, like industrial machinery and insurance. So it doesn't necessarily have to compete head-on-head with US and Chinese platforms that have focused a lot on social media and consumer services and autonomous vehicles. So and invested a lot in those topics as well, and have advance. But that said, we do see a clear need from looking at data on financing. We do see a clear need for more investments and other incentives to increase domestic AI research, and especially innovation outputs. So not the research itself, in which Europe is already doing very well, but the outputs in terms of innovation. And so Europe is already starting to focus investments in strategic areas like or industry like health, transportation, and energy, where many European countries are very advanced and already hold large amounts of data. And in AI, like elsewhere, Europe needs to, as I said, commercialize that research and innovation outputs, which requires investments at all phases of development, including public investment. So that's, I think, a key point where, again, on the investment front, Europe is not at the level, is very, very small still compared to US and China. So the investment somehow has to be upped, including by European investors, whom I haven't looked at the data for the latest year, for the latest data, but European investors on average were investing more abroad than in Europe in some cases, which is not true at all of US investors and of Chinese investors. So it's just important to keep that, to be aware of the importance of investment and facilitating that investment. And in terms of, assets, Europe also has a very diverse and really growing talent pool, growing over the past few years, and a lot of great policies have been put in place in many countries, including in France. I'm French, so I'm particularly sensitive to those. And then retaining and growing access to this talent is critically important. And so, I just emphasize the importance of focusing on these investments in skills for the digital age, including coding skills, and also of decreasing the gender gap in AI research in Europe and beyond. Because in Europe, this is another component we looked at, that only 1 in 5 AI scientific publications in EU27 is authored or co-authored by a woman, and that compares to 30% in India. So it's, there's progress to be made. I mean, it's not bad, but it can be improved definitely. And then with the upcoming regulation, the EU AI Act does open up a window of opportunity to develop a legal framework that can allow innovation while creating these, clear and interoperable standards for trustworthy AI, and that could bring significant and sustainable value to individuals, business, and society, and hopefully, trigger the so-called Brussels effect more globally if done well. So. At the same time, I think there are still concerns about the impact of these new requirements and costs on innovation and SMEs.
Yeah, really cool. So it's opening a window of opportunity really for us to fix the challenges that we are facing. I think you mentioned a couple of very important points there, Karine, gender gap in data, but also the availability of data, the rarity of investment still on in our ecosystem. Patrick, touching the issue of standardization, I know we focused on SMEs in part in Karen's speech now, and I always realize when I'm talking to established companies that they don't really trust AI, they don't really know what AI is, but also when kind of working with AI projects, they're very worried about data security, trust issues, and so on. How can standards help us maybe on this track?
Yes, well, actually, standards are part of the response indeed, because they have to bring clarity on sometimes very fuzzy concepts. For example, you may ask AI cyber security, but if nobody explains you exactly what are the kind of threats, vulnerabilities that are supposed to be addressed, well, you could be lost in what to do. So standards are very important. I already said that. But then we have another mission, which is to make those standards actionable to SMEs, because so far standards are developed by major companies mainly. So they have a set of mind that and resources to deal with complex set of standards. Now we have to understand that AI is going to be everywhere, and we have to make sure that our future standards are very clear, clear technical requirements, easy control, easy metrics, and so on. So everything has to be clear, and this is a real challenge for us. Plus, we have to avoid multiplying the number of standards to support the AI regulation. It wouldn't be a good thing for Europe if we have to rely on 50 standards to be compliant with the AI Act. So this is a kind of thing that we have to do in addition, but definitely standards are going to be key in bringing clarity to everybody. I was chatting with a guy from Japan, well, that was 2 years ago, but he told me one thing that was quite surprising. He told me that Japanese engineers were crying for standards because it's always the same. They are asked to develop explainable AI, but they don't know what it is. They don't have the metrics. They don't have anything. And so it's almost impossible in those conditions to develop trustworthy AI if you don't understand exactly what it is you have to do. So this is our aim within JTC 21 to develop those horizontal foundational standards, bringing hopefully clarity on actionability to everybody and not to major companies.
So clarity is a key cornerstone for us to become leaders in the field of AI. I think one USP that we've seen in recent years for our ecosystem is definitely the field of privacy tech too. And Oleksandr, your company with mostly AI is focusing also on using synthetic data. Maybe you can explain to us if this really is an issue where you think AI and regulation can work together and we can, in the EU, kind of find our USP on the world market?
Great question. So maybe a three-part answer to that. Yes, definitely. Privacy tech is something where we see that organizations that provide synthetic data solutions, federated learning, and some of the other emerging paths really are the global leaders, and we are that in the synthetic data space. I think that's one element, but of even bigger importance for the European Union. Again, when we take a step back and look on a global scale, in the European Union, we have the goal to become the responsible leader in artificial intelligence, but we also highly value privacy protection. And I think it's a differentiation compared to, for example, some Asian countries or American countries. And of course, it's changing in those countries as well. But still, for Europeans to be able to even become in a better position of artificial intelligence, both when you think of adoption but also development, the most critical thing is how can we access data? How can more organizations access data without infringing privacy? And this is, for example, one of the areas where I see synthetic data having huge potential, because it's not sufficient that only the big brands have access to their vaults of massive data, but we also need to open this up for researchers, for SMEs, for startups, to make sure that even more people can participate and flourish in this ecosystem. Maybe to give an example here, actually just last week, there appeared a report from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where they looked into synthetic data and also explicitly in our mostly AI synthetic data technology to see whether they could use that in the healthcare context. The European Union has access to, I think it's roughly 15 million European cancer patients' data, but this data is highly restricted and only a very privileged few group of people can access it. I think everybody here in the audience understands how much potential this type of data holds, not only to advance healthcare research, but also for data-driven policy making. For example, to understand in which member states we need to be better with early detection, where we need to, upskill cancer surgeons and so on and so forth. With synthetic data, and this was the result of their study, they see a way how they can preserve all the statistical patterns or the value in the data without risking that any sensitive data could get in the wrong hands. And I think this is one area where we really need to use the technologies in the privacy enhancing technology space that are already there to make sure that we can reap the benefits of artificial intelligence and have the data that's available for that. The last part of my three-part answer is actually one other thing where I see the EU also becoming a leader and maybe developing a USP. We, similar with privacy, put a high emphasis on trustworthy or responsible AI, however one may call it. The challenge, though, is that despite the global AI talent shortage, we have an even bigger responsible AI talent shortage. In my position as Chief Trust Officer, I speak a lot with leading fairness practitioners, explainability practitioners from some of the largest brands. And even those brands tell me, despite having hundreds of AI experts, they lack the responsible AI expertise. So building up a AI assurance ecosystem, similar how it's currently being done in the United Kingdom, I think is a key element for the European Union to provide the tools, the services, the audits, the certifications that help all those organizations that we want to utilize artificial intelligence to do it in a human-centered and responsible way. And I think, and I hope that this is one element of the AI ecosystem where the European Union really becomes a leader.
Thank you, Alexandra. I saw Patrick's virtual hand went up. Would you like to add to that?
Yes, I really would like to second Alexandra on the importance of synthetic data, because when you want trustworthy AI, you need to rely on data quality. And synthetic data is one way to achieve data quality, because you understand the data, you have the metrics behind that. At the opposite, if you do like some, Tesla, for example, they gather that data everywhere, but they don't understand the data that they're recording. With synthetic data, you may have automatic labeling, so you know what you have. I've seen that in aeronautics, in automobile, the need for trusted synthetic data is huge, and I think it's going to it should lead to standards on synthetic data. But synthetic data could even be certified, because it's going to be key to the certification of products. If you rely on certified synthetic data, well, it's better to demonstrate that you have a trustworthy product. So, I think we should pay much more attention to synthetic data.
That's an excellent point, and if I might add to that, because this brings us back to the standards, I agree with Patrick, and this is also why I initiated the IEEE standards group, or soon to be standards group for synthetic data, where we want to standardize accuracy and also privacy of different synthetic data solutions, because even though AI generated synthetic data is excellent in preserving data utility, it needs to be generated with the necessary privacy mechanisms to make sure that it's really fully anonymous and can't be re-identified. And this is something where we want to have an industry-wide standard for that.
So thank you so much. So regulation and also standards, if they're clear and give guidelines to entrepreneurs, can really help us in fostering innovation and become leaders in Europe. But we would also like to focus for a second on the challenges of regulation, and for that, I would like to pass on to Jan.
Thank you very much. I was also wondering, so we have an entrepreneur here. Karin, how do you look at some of the advantages that entrepreneurs like Alexandra here could use? So what are some of the regulatory challenges that they are facing, and how can policymakers really help the startups here in a practical, really like easy to understand way? How can they get involved in the whole story and make their lives also much easier?
Thanks, Jan. This is a really interesting question. There are many challenges. I mentioned a few, the funding, but in terms of developing and deploying AI systems that are trustworthy, which is what we're going to be asking them in the context of the new regulatory framework, such as ensuring an explainability and transparency, avoiding bias, and ensuring privacy, as Alexandra and Patrick discussed with tools like synthetic data. There are many tools out there already, and there are going to be even many more coming, and many more are in the pipeline, and many more will be developed, particularly once there's a market for them. But there are already many tools that are available to AI practitioners and entrepreneurs to help them make their systems trustworthy and human-centric. But the problem is that they're everywhere. They're in GitHub repositories. They're in plenty of different places, and they take different forms. They have different types. It's not always easy to find them unless you have somebody, full-time researchers trying to find the appropriate types of tools to solve your problem or your requirement. And it's even more difficult to know which ones are the most effective for a specific context. And so what we've been doing over the past couple of years is building a catalog of tools for trustworthy AI, developing the structure for that, and developing the partnerships for that. And this provides a space where anyone can find and share tools and methods for trustworthy AI, many of these being open source or open source implementation of, in some cases, standards. And then a lot of other accompanying material, use cases, and scientific publications, and just helpful information when you're trying to use a tool. But this catalog contains educational tools such as online courses, but also technical tools that address AI-related issues like bias detection, transparency, explainability, performance, robustness, and safety, as well as procedural tools that provide operational and process-related guidance. And here, guidelines, governance frameworks, process certifications, and of course, standards and standards at different stages of their development cycle. So we'll launch this catalog in autumn 22. So in the fall, and we hope it's useful to help entrepreneurs prepare for the implementation of the EU AI Act, and to have a place to find relevant tools depending on specific needs. And again, there's there's a lot of fields, company, what are depending on the entrepreneur's sort of access to skills, what are the tools, what are the requirements, funding, are they looking for open source, or can they afford larger, other types of tools. So that is something that we're also working closely with other organizations, including NIST on. And it would be
amazing. So Alexandra, I mean, you mentioned mostly AI deals with clients from everywhere in the world, basically, but you are located and based in the EU with the desire to stay here, I hope.
Absolutely.
How do you look at all of this? I mean, how are you preparing for the upcoming AI Act and making sure that everything will be, in line with the regulation?
Well, I mean, we have a little bit of a special position. I was also approached by the European Parliament to act as an advisor for the upcoming AI Act and how to strengthen the responsible AI requirements in there. So we really are, I would say, one of the organizations that is at the forefront of both privacy preserving, but also fair and explainable artificial intelligence. I think all the suggestions that Karin just made are super helpful. So giving startups access to data, I think, is one of the key elements where the European Union can play its part. And I mean, we all know the acts that are currently also in preparation in regards to data, plus the European data spaces, data hubs, and so on and so forth. So I think that's one cornerstone. Another thing besides the tools and the services, and I think the guide Karin mentioned will be very valuable and handy, is really also this ecosystem of service providers, because you can't really require or expect that within a startup or a small organization there are dozens or hundreds of people who can be experts in each sub-subject. So that's another important point. And another element I think is also crucial when we look into how the AI ecosystem is going to evolve in the next upcoming years. We know that there will be many super powerful models and general purpose models that are provided by some of the largest tech brands in the world. And currently, I'm not sure what's the latest stage on that, but with the last drafts I saw, it's still a debated topic that's under debate, how many requirements in regards to responsible AI should be fulfilled already by the provider of a general purpose AI system like facial recognition or speech recognition that's then taken by, for example, a European startup or a small company to be a component of their product. And here the argument of large industry players is, well, they don't know how this face recognition system is going to be used in the end, so they can't be the ones held responsible for fulfilling all the requirements. But leaving all the obligations with the end user of the component, the small company, I think is also not the way to go, because particularly when we look in topics like fairness, this is something that you have to consider throughout the whole life cycle of an AI system, right from the beginning of whether you even use AI here, but also the modeling decisions that were taken during the preparation of this, let's say, general component. So I think it would be a wise decision as a regulator to have quite extensive requirements for big tech companies who have the resources to fulfill them, to say, okay, you have to thoroughly document which steps you took in regards to fairness, where potential biases could enter into the system, how to correct them, and about explainability, because not only do they have the resources, we also expect them to have tools that will scale out through, let's say, 90% of European AI solutions, because these components will be used over and over again. So if we get that right, I think we're already a far deeper ahead, and therefore I think this is a focus topic that's currently not enough emphasized.
Amazing. So not only fairness in terms of AI, but also fairness in terms of the players on the market having the same chance, not small startups fighting against big tech companies from
kind of, but we all want,
people.
yeah, absolutely, but we all want to end up with fair AI. But if I'm taking a component from one of the big tech brands and don't know exactly how it was built, I will never ever be in a position to guarantee that my algorithm is fair. I need to have quite a lot of information about that, and if they are not obliged to give me that information, I can never fulfill the obligations under the AI Act in a meaningful way. So it's of course fair in regards to workload distribution, but I think even more important is the outcome, that we have fair algorithms that are in contact with European citizens and citizens around the world. And I think to achieve this is an important step.
Thank you for this very interesting outlook. Patrick, I wanted to ask you, I mean, the Croatian AI Association, but also all the AI associations gathered around the European AI Forum have been very active in terms of commenting, participating in the upcoming AI Act. We also gave comments on the white paper. And one of the first things when we all get together was like, how will they ever regulate something that is so fuzzy and nobody understands and nobody can even agree? One of the first lessons I learned when moderating panels was like, okay, let's just all explain to the nice people here what artificial intelligence is, and then you would have 5 experts fighting amongst each other for 25 minutes. They couldn't agree on that. And my question to you, Patrick, is the standardization we all feel is super important, and we think it is going to bring such clarity into the whole discussion that we even know what we are talking about. But what can the entrepreneurs do at this moment? Can they somehow prepare? Can they get into the standardization process? Can they find something out that will help them for the upcoming AI Act?
Thanks for the question. Regarding the AI definition, just for the record, I spent more than 40 hours in ISO-IEC meeting trying to define what is AI. And I think we collectively decided that it was too complicated, and that I think we adopted a definition that is close from the OECD or which is compatible. So, yeah. So now we are all going to argue on some definition, what is explainability, what is transparency. But what is super important is that at the end, somebody makes a decision and say, this is the definition that we should apply. And well, some people might disagree with that, but it's better to have one clear definition than to have no definition and to stay in this fuzziness. And I think it's super important because Karen just mentioned this repository of tools, of definition, even standards around AI. What I'm seeing right now is something that is not helpful. I'm seeing definitions of concepts that are not aligned at all. For example, the notion of autonomy within ISO is not at all the definition of autonomy within IEEE. So and at some point, all standardization organizations should standardize some key elements. This is fundamental. Otherwise, as I mentioned before, we won't understand each other. If somebody says, I'm transparent, but according to the IEEE standard, but which is not exactly, not at all the transparency according to the JTC 21 or to the ISO-IEC, then we are lost. We are lost. So we have a key challenge here altogether to push all standardization organizations to at least agree on a common set of concepts.
Perfect. And so we're coming to the end of this panel, and I'd like to ask one last round of questions answered by everyone. So where do you think the ambitions, all of our ambitions to regulate the field of AI will take us on the road to digital sovereignty? Karin, maybe you can go first.
Sure. I'll be quick. Digital sovereignty is an important topic at the OECD, with member countries particularly interested in the security of supply chains today for critical materials, particularly the supply of AI compute and its components like chips, minerals, energy, but also the location and ownership of physical infrastructure like data centers, and I think the CHIPS Act in the EU and similar initiatives in the US and elsewhere also aim to bolster that digital sovereignty and decrease our exposure, to shortages or supply chain disruptions for economic or geographical or geopolitical reasons, and regulation is a key part of that. So I'll stay at that.
Alexandra, bitte. Please.
I'd say regulation is also an important part, but you also need to follow through on the steps that need to come after. So are you in a position to bring out the technical guidelines, the standards, the ecosystem, to really pull it off, the data access? And therefore, I would say it remains to be seen where we will go with our regulation. I think we're heading in a promising direction, but even if the AI Act is out, it's just the beginning. So still a little bit early.
And Patrick?
Yeah, very important topic. Actually, I'm also the co-chair of a workshop within the CENSENMEC on digital sovereignty. So we've been working on that topic for quite some time. What digital sovereignty is about managing dependencies and protecting values and principles. When we speak about digital sovereignty, we have to keep in mind that we're all interdependent. I mean, we see that every day we're depending on others. Now, we shouldn't have undue dependencies or excessive dependencies, and that's a trick. So in addressing digital sovereignty concerns, one should make a kind of risk analysis. Where are my dependencies? What happens if something goes wrong? For AI, we may have a lot of dependencies coming from the tools that we're using to develop AI, potentially data, but also from the chips that we're going to use to run the future AI algorithms. But that has to be made, this risk analysis has to be made at every level, of course, European level, state level, but also on this is what a very interesting finding from our workshop. Companies should look for kind of digital sovereignty. A company that is depending too much on other companies, on foreign companies, sometimes they could suffer in times of crisis. So even companies should think about their own sovereignty, their own ability to be resilient in case of unfair practices. So digital sovereignty is not something that is digital sovereignty shouldn't be only a concern for states. It should be a concern for everybody, for every companies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Yeah, so thank you to this fabulous lineup and discussion. It was really fun hearing all your insights from diverse perspectives, I think. What's next, Jan?
I mean, this topic is definitely one that we will be following closely for the upcoming months and years, and I hope we will have the opportunity to talk again. Thank you very much, dear panelists. We will go for a short technical break, and when we come back, we will have a video statement by Austria's own State Secretary, Mr. Florian Turski. Please stay with us. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to be part of this event. The topic could not be more urgent. In recent years, digital technologies have changed the fabric of society and government at large. One of these highly promising technologies of our time is artificial intelligence. It changes already fundamentally daily life in many different areas and has the potential to influence many areas of society. From smart assistants such as Siri or Alexa to chatbots and facial recognition technologies in mobile phones. AI is omnipresent. As a democratic and innovative society, we need to identify its opportunities and threats. AI can entail a great number of positive effects. For example, increase and improve workflows or deepen data analysis. We are able to design AI according to our values and principles, and therefore we need to be clear about our goals and perspectives. AI needs a legal and social framework. AI requires a political response. The Austrian federal government published its national AI strategy in August 2021 and thus established the framework conditions for a responsible use of AI in all areas of life. The so-called Artificial Intelligence Mission Austria 2030 marks the starting point of an ongoing process and aims to encourage the potential of AI. AI is supposed to help people, not replace them. The focus must be on the human being. Important decisions must continue to be made by humans. We should not be a passenger on this journey, but take over control ourselves. Let's work together to achieve our common goals.
Thank you, Mr. Otarski, for this great input. And now for our next keynote, we have the pleasure to have Johann Stathoff, who is the State Secretary of the German Federal Ministry of Interior.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me at the 5th European AI Forum. It is a high pleasure and a great honor for me to speak to you today, even if only remotely. Many thanks also to our French friends, who have organized this exclusive and highly recognized international conference under their patronage. The entire field of artificial intelligence is very important for Germany in various aspects, and especially for us in the Ministry of Interior and for community. Daily life shows that artificial intelligence is getting everywhere, whether taking and improving pictures, buying things at online vendors, or crossing a border with your ID, just to name some examples. Nowadays, in a great and steadily growing number of fields, artificial intelligence plays an ever more important role. We appreciate the immense chances of using artificial intelligence in many aspects in our daily work. In regard to this, however, we have strongly to keep in mind that artificial intelligence, all in one, is a sensitive system that requires a lot of knowledge and experience. And my greatest respect goes to those people who advance this field. From our point of view, it is the utmost importance that there are rule sets which allow for using artificial intelligence in public administration or in security authorities in the necessary, secure and reliable manner. Just like all other methods, artificial intelligence is subject to established constitutional rules. The European Commission is working in coordination with the member states of the EU-wide AI regulation to ensure that artificial intelligence made and used in Europe is safe, transparent and comprehensible. We do appreciate this initiative, and we engaged ourselves in improving it by better addressing the interests of public administration and of security authorities in accordance to innovation and flexibility. I am deeply convinced that this is a necessary improvement coming from practical experience and need. With this in mind, I wish everyone the best of luck with today's event. Instructive lectures, fruitful discussions and target-oriented findings of outputs. Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon.
Hello everyone, I'm here. Hello. Good afternoon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the third panel about energy. Today I am with Antoine from Alea. We have also Clemens from Austria. Hi, Clemens, how are you? Your microphone is off.
Oh, the usual thing. Sorry, I'm fine. Thank you.
And Pedro, hi, it's nice also to have you here.
Thank you very much.
For this panel today, we want to talk about a real subject of today, which is energy in artificial intelligence. And we want to talk about the role of energy and artificial intelligence for the ecological transition, sorry. So we will use the next 45 minutes to have a look on what's working, what's not, and what has to be done for energy thanks to artificial intelligence. Clemens, if you want to present.
Great. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Chloe, for the introduction. As you already mentioned in your introduction words, the topic of energy got quite some attention, especially since the end of February. And it was actually today that EC President Ursula von der Leyen made the announcement just today in the morning that now the Ukraine will also be able to deliver electricity to the European grids, so to the EC grids. So what we would like to, so how will this panel be structured? We prepared a couple of, let's say, broad topics we would like to discuss with the panelists. But before we dive into this one, I would like to ask Pedro and Antoine to give like a brief introduction, like where you're coming from, what is your company doing, and what is your take on applying AI in the energy industry? So, and if we go into an alphabetical order, Antoine Courret comes before Pedro Lopez, if I'm correct. So please, Antoine, start.
So thanks a lot, Clemens, and thanks a lot, Chloe. So indeed, I'm Antoine Courret. I'm president and co-founder of Alea. Alea is a B2B software enterprise, and it's mainly a platform to develop, a SaaS platform to develop AI end-to-end, from training algorithm to make algorithm run in production. And we also have this generic backend, but also some first verticals in different sectors, and of course on the energy sector.
Clemens, you are muted.
Jesus, 2 years is not enough so that I can learn it. No, sorry. Please go on, Pedro.
Yes, hello everyone. So first of all, I'm really delighted to participate to this event. So my name is Pedro Gomez Lopez. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of a project agency called the Swarm Initiative. So our role is to design, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate projects with societal impacts. So in this context, we coordinate a consortium called Renovate on behalf of Leonard. It's the Vinci innovation platform. So this consortium was set up in the context of the signing of 2019 Aachen Treaty, where France and Germany have taken a step to position themselves as the driving force behind the innovation cooperation in the field of AI. And this project I've started this year and will last for 3 years. So Renovate, why is it important in the frame of this panel? So first of all, Renovate aims at developing artificial intelligence solutions to accelerate the key stages of urban renewal project, buildings and roads. And this is really key to tackle climate change, also energy issues that we have today. For example, faced with the dual objective of reducing carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieving 500,000 buildings renovation per year, the current rate of renovation is not being achieved. And we think that technological levers will allow or will contribute to this achievement. So I'm more here to talk about renovation than energy directly, but both are really linked.
Yeah, actually, you're in good hands. I just have to smile when you mention this, because when we were in the planning stages, we were thinking, should we call it energy plus sustainability or just energy? We went with the shorter title, but content-wise, here we are. So thanks a lot for this one.
Both are really linked, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot do the one without the other.
Completely agree.
The first topic block of today, we call this with this very big title, the perpetual crisis. But what do we mean with that? If you look back since the beginning of 2020, I mean, there are many observers which state that we are basically in a constant crisis. We first had the COVID crisis with lockdowns and so on. As a result, we got the supply chain crisis, so which was a very big factor in the EU Semiconductor Act, for example, where now 30 billion euros get invested. And most recently, yeah, thanks to our friend somewhere else, we have an energy crisis, both on the natural gas side and on the grid stability side. So what we would like to know from the two of you, because you, Pedro, mentioned the project started in 2019, and you, Antoine, you also quite some time already.
22.
22, but the other one you mentioned is in 2019.
Yes, because it's the agreement between France and Germany. So it was born in 2019, and after that, the project began in 2022.
Perfect. The question remains the same. How did the current energy crisis affect the way, the role of AI is interpreted within the business, or how did it affect in general your business at the moment? Like, do you feel there's an uptake for energy saving at the moment? Because this is, for example, I'm now here standing in Vienna, and people start to think, how can we improve building management, or how can we do energy optimization? It's even more severe when you look at the industry and manufacturing, which are the largest gas consumers, largest consumers of natural gas in Austria. They are now developing programs that you have smoother ramp up and ramp down cycles for steel ovens, for example. So how did the current crisis affect your project and your company so far? So maybe we start with Antoine on this one.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Clemens, and thanks a lot, Claude, also for the introduction. By the way, since I am also the president of France AI Hub, I'm very happy to host the Hub could host this European AI Forum now, and also for the first time since 2 years to have also people in Paris from many countries, Germany, Austria, Croatia, Netherlands, and so it's really great to have all of you here. So thanks a lot from the France AI Hub. So if I go back to your question, Clemens, maybe I will have a short step back for this first question, and in the next ones we will go much more in the details and be more pragmatic. But what I think is that, by the way, all this crisis, and especially the energy crisis, is not only a crisis of the sector. It's also a question of behavior transformation. What I mean is that there were just a few weeks ago, a German study was released, and there was it was a study between how people consume energy in some buildings which have not been renovated and some which have been renovated, and both consume around 130 kilowatts per square meters. So at the end, it's not only a question of renovation and of building performance, it's also a question of people behavior. Because what you want is to have the best comfort, and if we don't change that, we will not save energy. And even with a step even backer, I really think that we have many crises in many sectors, as you said, Clemens, in health, in logistics, in raw materials, in energy, even in politics. And in parallel, we also have many revolutions in the tech sectors, in the AI, in the quantum computing, in larger AI models for new discoveries, to manage the incredible corpus of knowledge we create. And maybe some of you know the limits to growth model of the Club de Rome on the world dynamics. And if you take this model, the 10 next years between 2020 and 2030 or 2035 says, will be an extreme period of transformation. So maybe at the end, this perpetual crisis we have in the next 3 years will be also, it's a reveal of change, and will be also a perpetual, say, period of transformation in the 10 or next 15 years. And it's not only for the energy sector, it's also for all the sector, because if you take the energy sector, there is, of course, a question of consumption, but there is also a question of sources, because there are more and more sources, green sources, and you will need also more energy because you will have electric vehicles and so on. And so you need to manage that at least on the something like a holistic view. And it's quite the same, or the kind of revolution that what we have at the beginning of the 20th century or at the beginning of the 19th century with industrialization. If I go back to the energy sector, what we have to change? We have to change the decision we make, because, and Pedro will go even deeper on that, when you build a building, the building is around 40-45% of all the energy consumption. So when you build a building, the consumption counts for around 80% of the consumption. So if you don't change how we engineer building and so on, we will not save some energy. And the other things that we have to change is also to change our behaviors and our relation to comfort. What I mean is that if you still keep the same comfort, but it's a little bitter because you will still consume the same thing, you will not have some energy consumption. And what we saw in the different crises, especially, for example, in the COVID crisis, is that people change. For example, you need to manage COVID, and so you change and you are open to share your data, even very personal data, because it's health data. And so you change. It was not that easy. In each country in Europe, you know how difficult it was to share this kind of data. And what I think very interesting, it's hard, because when you have a crisis, it's hard, but it's also a very big insight to change our personal behaviors. Because what we need is not to change only by 5 or 10% to save 5 or 10% of energy. What we have to do is to reduce by 40 or even 50% our consumption. Why? Because there are more and more people on Earth, and everybody wants to use energy. And also we will have much more industrial transformation, like electric vehicles, which will also need new sources of energy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like that you mentioned this angle with the behavioral change, because you can witness this now, especially I think in Germany the strongest. They have the €9 ticket over summer, so people are willing to change. But then you also need to back this up with infrastructure investments, because I mean, if you think of the TGV network in France, it is really built for mass transit. And now in Germany, you have a large part of the population which is suddenly switching to public transport, and the trains are bursting. They feel like subways. Yeah, Pedro, how did the crisis affect your project, which was planned in 2019 and went online in 2022?
That's it. So I can comment also what said Antoine, because I agree that behavioral changes are key in order to have this energy saving. So I think that objects and technologies have an impact in behaviors. So many researchers will say the same in social studies, for example. And for example, also the smart city, the smart buildings take this into account. And sometimes you can see some forms of nudging in order to foster energy saving behaviors or certain good or ethical behaviors. So, but of course, we need also to change the infrastructure, and that's the aim of what we are doing with Renovate. So I'm not going to talk directly about the energy sector, as I said before, but about the sector that consumes the most energy, which is the building sector. And I can give you some figures about that and say also how Renovate is affected. So for instance, the building sector accounts for 43% of France's annual energy consumption. It's a lot. And generates 23% of national greenhouse gas emission. So at the European level, the figures are quite similar. It's 40% for final energy consumption and 36% for union greenhouse gases, because the energetic mix of France makes it to produce less greenhouse gas because of nuclear energy. In the case of Renovate, I say that for the operations we are not directly affected, but it gives a lot of legitimacy to this type of projects to live a moment like this, because when we try to innovate and to use technology to promote energy savings, I think that we are doing the correct thing, even if technology also consumes materials, consumes energy, and at the end of the day, we need to evaluate what are the impacts of what we are doing here. So, are we consuming more energy than the savings that we are going to have at the end of the project, or the savings that we aim, and the savings that we'll have, it's much higher than what it consumes in terms of raw materials, of infrastructure, so technical and digital infrastructure. So we have to ask ourselves about this, and I think that's it. So we need really to have a positive balance between the impacts that we were trying to do, but in terms of operations, nothing changes actually with the energy pricing.
I actually have one follow-up question to Pedro, because I'm thinking if you talk about better of renovation and better energy utilization, most governments come up with a scheme to support the rollout of these new technologies. And I remember I spent more than 10 years, I was living and working in Japan. When Japan, let's say around 2007, they started an incentivation scheme for photovoltaic, like for solar energy. And the result was that far too many people applied for this. They installed photovoltaic, and as a consequence, the grid became very unstable because so many people started to, let's say, put their own generated electricity into the national grid. So they had to stop this again. So how does this, what do you see in this area? Is there a proper uptake, or is it happening too rapidly?
To be honest, what I know about the topic is that there are no stable answers for that. So for example, last week I was in an event where a PhD candidate was talking about exactly this topic, and he's still developing it because there is no perfect question. But actually, yes, we need to think about how to organize the grid in which you have a public grid that is available for everyone, and then you are like creating a new market of personal or individual grids in which each one is producing its own energy and then sell it to other people. It's like the dream of Rifkin when he talked about the fourth industrial revolution 20 years ago, saying that everyone will produce its own energy and then will send it. But after that, we need the correct regulation, the right also infrastructure, and the right socio-technical environment to put this in place. But I'm not an expert on the topic, and I think there are much things to do or to learn about this to take concrete action.
Thank you very much. For now, switching from the crisis, a little bit more specific to the energy industry, but we also extend this to the building industry because the description actually fits for both of them. A couple of months ago, we organized as AI Austria an energy event where we had speakers from across the globe, from New Zealand to Canada, where let's say national grid operators were providing their solutions, and you had lots of startups, like from solar energy even to building management actually. And what was funny, you have these very forward-looking approaches, sometimes even nuclear fusion reactors, experimental reactors that use reinforcement learning to stabilize the fusion core and so on. But at the end of the day, during the Q&A session, all of our speakers said, but the energy industry, it's so conservative, it's so difficult to do something there. So this is something I would like especially to know from Antoine, because your company is in 4 business areas. It's in mobility, logistics, cybersecurity, and energy. Do you perceive the energy area more conservative than the other industries you're dealing with, or has this other reasons that the uptake of AI might be slower?
So thanks, Clemens. At the end, I don't think that energy is very late versus other industries. Of course, why? Because we can say that the average penetration of AI in the world and different industries, say between 10 and 20%. So even the world is not the penetration will of course boost in the next 3 years, but at this stage it's not such in advance. Of course, it's a little more in the US and China, and of course it's also more in some tech-native industries like the telcos, like also the social network and all the ad techs, and of course also the financial tradings. But in all the industries, even in cybersecurity, it's just starting. So energy, the energy sector is not such late. Of course, it's starting. But what I think also is that why the different industries start to move to AI. Of course, on the digital sector, the main or telcos or financial trading and so on, the main reason is that you have such an amount of data that you cannot manage it. When you have some ultra high frequency trading, when you have so many data in the telco networks and so on, you have so many data that if you want to manage them, now you need to go to AI. But in the energy sector, the insights are quite different. The main reason is that the sector on the energy side or on building side or whatever has many challenges to face. In the construction and in the facility management, as I said just before, if you build or you manage your building not the right way, you will have not the right consumption KPIs, and then you will not sell your apartments. So it's a big deal. In the energy side, for energy providers, you have much more sources of energy, which are nuclear, classic energy, but also green energy now. And so you need to manage your grid. You need to manage the different sources, even from different regions of the world. And so it's much more complex. And on the other side, you need also to manage much more different way of consumption. Before you have mainly the heavy industries, the consumer and so on, but now you have also the blockchain, you have also the internet sectors, which because of the traffic boost, and you have lots of energy consumption and so on. And so what is really very interesting in the energy sector is that it's not only a big amount of data, but it's a big change on all the value chain from the sources to the end consumer, and as I told before, also to how you can change the behaviors. And so if you want to understand the different phenomena, it's much more complex. And so you need to put AI, and you will need to put AI, of course, at some part of the value chain, but also, and Pedro will talk about that, but also sometimes on end-to-end some process, for example, in the renovation side. But you will need also to put in on the grid side, especially to manage potential energy loss on the grid, energy loss also on the production side to optimize maintenance of plants and so on. So there will be as well. There will be many challenges. There are many challenges, and there will be many evolution, whether on the end-to-end side or on very specific topics like maintenance in nuclear plants and so on.
Thanks a lot for sharing the insights. I especially found your comment regarding the grid side very interesting, because as you might be aware, the national grid operator in France, RTE, they have quite a large AI lab. And they have a competition. It's called Learn to Run a Power Grid, where they ask teams to come up with reinforcement learning agents to make sure that there won't be a blackout and they don't want to be an undersupply of energy. And this competition is hosted, for example, at the ICAPS conference and even at the NeurIPS. So you have the best people in the world competing for this. And RTE started with this already in 2016. So this is definitely not something how I would characterize a lagging behind industry, because I can tell you the automotive industry did not think about reinforcement learning in 2016. They didn't even know what that is in most cases. So it always depends on the angle.
I fully agree, Clemens, indeed. And indeed, there are big AI lake at R3 because you have to manage the grid. It's a complex network. At the end, it's very close to a telecom network. And I used to work for 15 years in the telco industry. Because telco industry changed, and many people from the telco industries go and work for RTE or NEDs and so on. And indeed, it's not only reinforcement learning, it's also some reinforcement experience, because they take all the experience they got in the telco industry to transfer this experience in the grid and energy network management. Indeed, yes.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
What you still need to do, and of course with Linky in France, it's quite interesting, because of course when you are in the telcos, all your device, your laptop or your smartphones, they collect data automatically because it's by design. And you have also real-time question and so on. You have quite the same question in the energy industry, especially when you have to manage a grid. But the main difference is that you don't have the data because when the consumptions you get before you get them once a year, or you have some models to know what is the consumption, but you don't have this kind of real-time data for the end users. And so indeed, I don't exactly know how it is in the different countries in Europe, but now that we have these Linky sensors in many houses in France, you can get some quite real-time data consumption, and till you don't have that, it's very difficult to manage a grid, but because the models are not accurate enough and so on. So indeed, I think that one of the main challenges in the next years also for the energy industries is to spread this kind of models to get much more real-time end users data, to be able to manage even on the housing, but of course in the new industries that will be consumers, especially on the IoT side, because of course when you deployed electric station, charging station, you will have also to manage it, not only for the charging station operator, but also on the grid, and that will be quite new. And as an example, because it was yesterday in France. There's the NW Group just raised, I think, something like 300 million euro, and it's the first unicorn in the energy sector. So it's quite great, and we can consider that the energy sector is not saturated beside other sectors, because they have now their first green unicorn dedicated to energy.
Thank you very much. By the way, I noticed a very interesting parallel. You talk as an ex-communication industry guy. I'm an ex-communication industry guy. Both of us founded the respective national AI organization and have an AI startup. What are the odds? So how about the building industry when it comes to being conservative or so on? And if I may add one more point, do you see a difference between the public housing which is built, or the public sector, and private housing and commercial buildings, or is it more same the less?
All right, so I'll take the chance to talk about Linky also. I think it's a good transition because it was not so easy to make a Linky be adopted by households. So we have this issue about innovation adoption, and it's all directly linked to the capacity of a sector to adopt new things. And for example, the building sector is a sector that relies on working methods that have been largely tested, that work for decades or centuries. However, in Vinci, my business partner, Quentin, has accompanied nearly 40 artificial intelligence projects in 4 years. So it's interesting to see that we can expect that the building sector is a conservative sector, but however, they were able to do 40 AI projects and to deploy all of them and make them be useful for the business. It's not always the case. But as I said, reducing carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieve 3 times the building renovations that we are doing today, it's a key political goal in France. However, there is a lack of workforce, and there is a need also to change the work methods. And I think that we are like in a burning platform. I don't know if you know the concept. It's when you really need to change, and it's important. And okay, the sector can be a little bit conservative, but we have challenges that we never saw before, or not during our lifetime. And I think it's a good explanation to say why it is important to be open to innovate and change some of the methods that have been used for the last decades or centuries. And with Renovate, that's what we are trying to do. We are working with the private sector. In this case, Vinci, Aleya, for example, is also the AI and cloud platform that will host all the data sets, the models, the applications that will be developed. But we work also with the public sector. Action Logement, it's the main social housing organization in France, and actually it's quite different to renovate social houses, because you have a lot of social impacts when you start this type of projects. Probably during the project, we'll need to better understand what is the situation of the people living there, how AI could be perceived by the population, how this will affect some situations that could be critical, like we are going to give the priority to renovate this building and not this one, this urban area and not this one. So we need to think about it. I think in terms of business, real estate, the issues are not so big, because you are not dealing with population living there, but with people that goes to have offices to work in, and we don't have exactly the same issues when using AI with this type of population.
May I ask, do you think that the public sector is more progressive when it comes to building management and applying AI and energy, let's say, and CO2 reduction, or is it rather the private side?
I think it's case by case. You need to look at to which organization are you talking about. For example, Action Logement, it's one of our main partners, because they come up with the knowledge about how we renovate, and they have already started a lot of programs to develop new technologies, and they are really open to build together and to use technology to go faster in this renovation journey.
Okay. Yeah, just maybe an additional insight is that I'm not sure it's a question of private or public, but Action Logement, Pedro, I think it's what, 1 million building housing, or?
Yes, more than that, 1 million too.
So it's also a question of volumes, because with 1 million housing under management, of course you have quite a lot of challenge on the energy bill.
Yeah, this is big numbers. So even with a small percentage of saving, you have a very large effect.
Yes, correct.
The reason for my question was, as you might have read sometime, in the city of Vienna is very active in public housing. So among the large cities in Europe, they have the highest share of, let's say, public construction activity. And I would say in Vienna, the city is far more progressive when it comes to applying new technologies. Like you have solar at the roof, you have, let's say, a green facade and so on. CO2 is calculated and monitored very close, let's say closely watched, also energy consumption and so on, smart meters. I think the private sector in Vienna is far more careful what they do, because they always have the feeling they might overspend. So they rather wait until the next regulation hits. They don't really anticipate what could happen and already prepare for future regulations. So it's more like one problem each time, whereas the city thinks very long term in that regard.
I think it's also linked to the KPIs that you follow. Probably the private sector is more in a logic of be cost effective, to calculate exactly what are the economic value of a project. And I think when it comes to the city of Vienna, of course, you have the economic value. You need to save energy. So if you save energy, you save costs, you save money, and also you can disclose a better ecological impact in terms of carbon emissions. So I think the interest or the constraints of a city and of a company are not the same, and the goals are not the same also. And that's why probably the city has a wide vision about the impacts that they want to have. So not only the economical part.
Yeah, with regard to the time, I have a look at my charming co-host, Chloe. How many minutes do we have left?
I'm really sorry, Clemens, I didn't get what you said.
How many minutes do we have left in this session?
Oh, how many minutes do we have left?
10. Excellent.
8 minutes, around 8-10 minutes.
Good, then I will just talk faster from now on. No, because especially now when I listen to Pedro and Antoine, I'm wondering, do you think that there will be like lots of solutions that can be applied independent of the region, like we had in the last couple of, let's say in the last 20 years, almost everything that was created in the digital world, you can roll out in basically every country. Whereas at real estate, for example, you have localized solutions. Zillow, the largest real estate marketplace from the United States, just does not work with the way real estate is handled in Europe. And where my question is leading to, do you think that we will end up with lots of localized solutions in the energy and real estate sector? Or will there big companies emerge that find the sweet spot that is applicable to all 27 member states?
I can give the example of Renovate. We have 4 pilots. We took 2 in France, in the region of Paris, and we have 1 in Mayotte, and the other one is in La Réunion. So it's in the south of Africa. So we are trying to take into account different contexts in order to develop solutions that could fit all different zones. But it's also a challenge, because this is the idea of scalability. Is this scalable to Europe, to the world, or is it a local solution? So we are working on making this more global, but probably there are some adjustments to do to adapt to each region, because each region is very specific. But for the time being, what I can say is that it's a challenge that we are trying to tackle in order to have the most impact, and not just develop a solution to work in Paris, but to work in Europe.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And what is your take on this topic, Antoine?
I think like you will need to be as well global and local. What I mean is that of course when you build a building, or when you run a train, or when you ride a car and so on, of course it's very local. You know, when you build a building in Paris, it's not the same as building a building in Berlin or in Vienna and so on, because you will have local workers, local craftsmen and so on. But as you said, Clemens, actually most of the industry is mainly siloed, and I really think that if you don't have this end-to-end view, it will not work. So what I mean is that at this level, you need to be global, and or even potentially at the European level to have kind of regulation, not only on the building. Of course, you have the RE 20 on the building, but you need potentially also to have an holistic view of the value chain of the energy consumption. And that means also that potentially you will need to have, as we have on Renovate, to have this kind of sandboxes or experimentation, because when you have to want to have this kind of end-to-end view, you will need also to have personal data on consumption and so on, and so you need to manage that. So you will need as well to manage the regulation of energy, but also regulation of data for energy. And so that what I mean, you need to be local to operate, but you need global to give a kind of framework and to share best practice. Then what Pedro said is that we have different use case on Renovate to create this kind of first, say, end-to-end framework to understand what are the bottlenecks to tackle, and to create this first framework. And then we will need to spread it and make it operational locally. So I take both of your proposals.
You take both. Thank you. No, but if I listen to the two of you, I get the impression we could rather expect a company like SAP to emerge, because SAP is a software suite, but it needs lots of local customization, because you have different taxation rules, you have different warehousing rules, and so on. Whereas it's unlikely that we will see a next Microsoft, for example, because Microsoft Office is exactly everywhere in the world the same. It's just localized, but the product itself doesn't change.
Definitely, it's likely that we can have this kind of global, say, software to manage that. maybe with some generic bricks, but also with local bricks to make it operational locally. But when I said that there could be a question of regulation, because just at a public event with the French government, we also would like to push this kind of sandboxes, like what Spain announced beginning of this week, because when you want to go to this kind of stage and to to merge an AI and data industry with a very industrial like energy, you need both sectors to understand what is doing on the other side. And so if you don't have this kind of quite advanced sandbox and managed by regulation, because you will need some personal data, it will not work, because you cannot guess what you will have if you don't work all together. And to work all together, you need to have this kind of quite open regulation to prepare this kind of very advanced framework, and to have the maximum of impact, if you want to have the maximum of impact on the energy industry.
Thank you very much. You raise an excellent point, because at the moment when you're a startup, you can either participate in hackathons, which is basically providing free ideas to other companies, or you go to the real research challenges, you know, like in Europe's challenge, where you have to write a bot that can play Minecraft. So this is like extremely challenging, but you have nothing in between. And this is where the sandboxes would come into place once they are operational, so that the real world data. But yes, speaking of regulation, since we are the European AI Forum, we have lots of politicians here. We have lots of officials from the European Commission and the Parliament here today. When you think a little bit 2, 3, maximum 5 years ahead, what do you think is necessary on a regulation level to push the energy transition? So coming from both construction / renovation side and the energy side. Like if you would come up with a couple of policy suggestions.
All right. So in my point of view, I think that good things have been done in Europe. For example, looking at the criticity of the tools of the AI and try to define which rules to apply depending on the impact that it would cause. I think it's a very good point, because actually AI, like any technology, brings a lot of possibilities, a lot of good things, but also a lot of bad things if we don't control it, if we don't monitor it. So I think that the first point, so I'm not saying something new, but is to find the right balance between that. And we have the field of the ethical AI. It has been covered by a lot of people in Europe and in enriching the discussions about regulation. And we have a second one that is less discussed, is the impact, the ecological impact of the digital and of AI. And in this topic, I think that more discussions have to be to appear in order to try to balance what I said before, the advantages and the risks, and to put this at the core of any AI project. Is what we are doing something that will benefit people, the society, the environment, or do we have more bad impacts than good impacts? So I think it's a key topic. And the second one, it's about funding, of course. For example, the Renovate project, maybe it could happen without public funding, but it's very difficult to make emerge impactful projects and initiatives like this without public funding. So I think that the governments have also a key role in order to say, okay, this is good innovation. This is innovation that benefits all of us. And we understand that if we renovate houses, we have a lot of good impacts in terms of environment, of energy. So maybe we could push this type of use cases, and that's it. I think.
Thank
these
you,
are the two topics.
Thank you.
We'll just finish with Antoine has a last thing to say about 15 seconds, and then we have to wrap it up.
Yes, to be very short for your question, Clemens, potentially two suggestions. The first one is to have common objectives. For example, as a European body, we decide to have no more thermic vehicles in 2035, I think. So we could also decide to have no housing at a level of, I don't know, C or G as consumption in 2035. It will be a very ambitious objective. So first one is objectives, common objectives. And the second one also is to give operators and industrial bodies to be able to manage it. So it will be also to go from siloed regulation on energy and data, for example, to much more merged regulation. And for example, on Sandbox, and to be able to use data to make both bodies work together. So two things.
Thank you very much, everyone. This was a very interesting discussion. I feel like we could have did 20 minutes more, and you will still have things to say. But now we have to move on, because energy is key for the future. But another topic which is also key for the future is large European AI models. And we have a keynote from Jörg Bienert, who is going to enlighten us about this topic. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, bye-bye.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this important and great and growing event, this Pan-European AI conference. And thank you for giving me the chance to talk a little bit about large AI models and the importance for the European economy. It all started in summer 2020 when OpenAI launched GPT-3, a very complex, very large AI model that had a tremendous set of features in the area of natural language processes. Immediately there were built about 300 applications, from creating different types of texts, for example here for The Guardian in the US, or for even creating computer code from the input of natural language. This application was created immediately after entering typical English language. But it wasn't only about language. A few months later, OpenAI also released DALL-E 2, and this AI was able to create pictures. When you enter a text like a propaganda poster depicting a cat dressed as French Emperor Napoleon holding a piece of cheese, the AI creates a picture that is photorealistic, and it's really astonishing how creative DALL-E 2, the AI created by OpenAI, can be. So for large AI models, you need a different set of ingredients. You need very large data sets, you need specialized algorithms, and you also need enormous computer power. GPT-3 was created and trained on the 5th largest and 5th fastest supercomputer worldwide. And there was immediately starting a race for large AI models. It wasn't only OpenAI. A few months later, the Beijing University launched Wudao 2.0, a model that was even 10 times faster. And different companies in the US and in China created also very large AI models like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Meta, and others. And this is exactly why we launched our initiative LEAM, Large European AI Models, because in Europe we need also the capability to train, run these large AI models in order to not fall behind the development and research and AI-based application development. So LEAM is about to build a European lighthouse that enables corporates and research to develop and run large AI models. And it contains of four main pillars. The first one is we need a dedicated supercomputer and that is dedicated for AI use cases, for training large AI models in Europe. We need the capabilities to collect and filter and work on large data sets. We need research in the area of algorithms. And based on this core, we want to build a network of small, medium enterprises, startups, industry, and research institutions. And LEAM, the European AI models, shall follow the European values. The built AI models shall be provided to all corporates and all research centers, maybe even as open source. We want to collect data from different languages. The AI models should be transparent and bias will be reduced. The training should be mostly CO2 neutral. And therefore, by doing this, these European AI models can make sure that we keep digital sovereignty in the AI space. We already have a large network of supporters. Besides the more than 400 AI companies that built up the German AI Association, we have more than 40 corporates, research institutions, other associations, and also we are in close contact and working together with all the other AI associations that built up the European AI Forum. So I would like to invite you to support our initiative, Large European AI Models. There's more information available on our website, leam.ai, and let's all build European large AI models in order to stay competitive and to maintain digital sovereignty in AI in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jörg Bienert from the German AI Association, talking about the large European AI models, a very important task that we want to further expand, of course, towards Europe and European cooperation. Now, my friends, we are nearly at the end of the European AI Forum. And how can I say, we started with Ukraine and we were really delighted of having the Deputy Minister of Ukraine, Oleksandr Bornyakov, with us. And now, dear friends throughout Europe in the AI ecosystem, I'm more than honored of introducing to you my good friend Bogdan Ponomath from the EI house in Kiev. Bogdan, are you there? Can you hear us? And can we hear you?
Hi, Daniel. Hi, everyone.
So
very
it's
pleasure
really
to see you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm very glad to see you. How are you?
We're very happy that you're here with us. Bogdan, of course, the illegal war that Russia inflicted in Ukraine has changed your whole life and upended there and stuff like that. But in Ukraine, even before the war, there was a very active AI scene, especially in the AI house in Kiev. How is it going today? Is there any, are programmers still together? Are they working, or is most of your task perhaps AI and defense?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Daniel. So basically, as you said, Ukraine was a home to vibrant and growing AI community. We did have R&D offices of global companies like Samsung, DataRobot, Snap, a couple of startups like Reface, Grammarly, international conference and like university programs. But when Russia attacked Ukraine, despite the shock, the community consolidated and joined the resistance. After, I think, on third day, we unite around 1,000 machine learning engineers in Slack channel. We create a group and call Tech Power. And then, for example, our ML engineers and researchers, they develop tech to analyze satellite images and detect enemy weapons. They created like face recognition models to identify war criminals and research for missing people. And actually, there are like more than 30 solid ML projects have been created after the invasion. Before the war, we were far away from defense and military AI and ML initiatives or project, but now we're very deep in it. And the main thing that people are motivated to shift to this in this area. For example, recently, Palantir established a partnership with the Ukrainian government. So we're gonna work close on a lot of defense initiatives, and we're looking for partnership with NATO as well in this area using AI ML as well. So in AI House, we do have a huge community. A lot of ML engineers are our members. We provide them education, a lot of support, etc., etc. So yeah, of course, business have been severely hit, and startups suffered the most. And many had to lay off employees, of course. But in general, everyone is super high motivated to be on track. Everyone, I think, worked twice more harder than before the war. Open for new opportunities, open for new projects as well. Yeah.
And is Ukraine still, how can I say, open for business? So if you want to develop an AI algorithm and stuff like that, are your machine learners, your deep tech guys and girls, are they open for business?
Yeah, 100%. I think 80% of all engineers, they moved to the west of Ukraine, where they do have full access to the internet. They're in the safe areas. They work on a lot of projects. A couple of startups, as I said, have been laid off, and they're looking for new opportunities. And recently, we have created initiative called Ukrainian Tech Circle. Basically, we are looking for opportunities to the Ukrainian tech startups that has suffered from the consequences of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and therefore, we help them to find contract sourcing, to give advising services to Western companies, etc. So, yeah, they're safe. They're looking for opportunities, and we in AI House we're trying to bridge the gap between them and opportunities. We're trying to help as well.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. I'm definitely sure that we will tell Europe that you're open for business, that your developers are very good and competent, and that we really hope then one day when Ukraine won the war and we can all meet in Kyiv and talk about that. But in the meantime, of course, we want to support Ukraine. We want to support the Ukrainian AI clusters, the AI house in Kyiv, and we are very honored that you are here with us today, and we really hope that you all get well. Please stay safe, please stay healthy, and we're really looking forward to seeing you in person. And you have all the solidarity from all our member associations here, from France to Lithuania, from Croatia to Slovenia, from Germany to the Netherlands, and of course France. And I want to thank you so much, Bogdan.
Thank you, Daniel.
No, you're always invited. And
thank you to all organizations.
That you're here. Yes,
thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. It's brilliant. Thank you for support. Thank you for everything. Keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from Ukraine, we're just going one country further to Poland, because our friends from Digital Poland, from AI Poland, have secured us a video statement from Stefania Silva. She's the expert on the chancellery from the Prime Minister in Poland, and the floor is hers now.
Hello from Poland. I'm really grateful to be on AI European Forum. My name is Sylwia Stefaniak, and I'm an expert at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister in Poland, and I'm responsible for implementing public policies on artificial intelligence. We already implemented our policy at the end of 2020 with really strong feeling that it should be updated every year, because AI market changes very quickly. Right now, we are validating what we achieved after the first year, and we are preparing the second edition of that document. It should be emphasized that society, the commercial sector, schools and universities, and all other participants in public life will set the direction of AI development on a daily basis, but their actions. The role of public institutions like ours is to support them in this development, and it's worth to remember that these activities are to relate to each of the social and economic groups in a different way. For example, from my perspective, I'm writing an implementation doctoral dissertation about implementing AI in small and medium enterprises, especially non-technological ones. So from my side, it is important to identify the needs of the AI SME sector in a way that allows for appropriate bottom-up actions to support the practical aspects of its functioning. Polish market is based on SMEs in 95%. So that's why, from my perspective, this is the one of the most important stakeholders of future AI implementations. Right now, I've started working with a global partnership of artificial intelligence on AI for SME portal. The SME portal aims to help the SME user find useful information and suitable AI solution provided. And it consists of a set of outreach materials and activities to engage AI-aware and not-aware enterprises. It set up a catalog of AI solutions by industry verticals and its functions, and it's going to be a service to match SMEs, consumers of AI, with AI solution providers based on consumers' industry verticals and business activities. Right now we are at the beginning of that road. So in Poland we've decided to provide market research to check where is the bottom of the knowledge and where we should start. So we've started talking with SMEs, local governments, state-owned enterprises and central government to check where we are with AI implementation. The results of these researches, of course, will influence new iteration of AI policy as well. The last thing, but the most important from my side, is our AI working group, where we have over 450 AI experts from the market, which are divided in 14 horizontal and vertical subgroups. AI working group is open and it includes market experts who have experience in artificial intelligence in various scopes: technological, legal, organizational, sectoral. It also includes representatives of ministries and public institutions that are or should be interested in subject of AI policy and AI implementations. The task of individual subgroups is to develop recommendations that will support the creation of appropriate conditions for the development of AI, both in enterprises and in the public sector. These recommendations are quite often reports that present the current state of the Polish economy in this field, assumptions of projects or legislative changes that, according to them, should be taken into account by public administration, as well as the general knowledge sharing and development of activities educating various groups of society in the field of new technologies. And from my perspective, this is our biggest achievement, how we cooperate with the market and people who use or want to use artificial intelligence. And for example, one of the leaders who is responsible for Global Reach subgroup, Piotr Mieczkowski, is a managing director of Digital Poland Foundation who co-organized that conference, and thanks to him, I'm here and I'm able to talk to you. And I hope that our common roads will cross many, many times thanks to that beautiful cooperation. Thank you and have a great conference.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for being with us all this time. As you can see, a lovely guest is together with me here in the studio, Annika van Welmen from the AI Coalitie in the Netherlands, right? Working there as a project coordinator, and as you can see, AI Coalitie somewhere here, also part of the European AI Forum. Really nice to see you here in Paris. Could you share with us a little bit about the AI Coalitie, what it does, what are your plans for the rest of the year?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Jan, for introducing me and also for having me here.
Sure.
I'm really happy to be here representing the Netherlands and the AI Coalition. We are a quadruple helix organization, so involving government and also the businesses and also the non-profit and the social organizations, the knowledge institutions, really trying to bring everybody together to forward AI on topics that we think are important and that we also share also with the countries here on the forum. I saw that today and I'm really glad to see that as well.
Thank you very much for being here live with us. A big hello to Marlos, who couldn't be with us today, but we're sure will join us in the future. Please feel free to check out AI Coalitie on the website, find a bit more about their initiatives. And next up is a video statement by none other than Frederic Werner. Fred is the head of the Strategic Engagement Division at the International Telecommunication Union Standardization Bureau. Let's hear what he has to say.
Good morning. My name is Fred Werner from the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, and it's a privilege for me to present here today at the European AI Forum. Now, the ITU is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, and we're also the organizers of AI for Good, organized in partnership with 40 UN sister agencies and co-convened with Switzerland. Now, AI for Good was built on the premise that we have less than 10 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and AI holds great promise to advance many of these goals and targets, from climate change to clean energy to affordable healthcare and global pandemic response. The potential is definitely there. So simply put, the role of AI for Good is to identify practical applications of AI that exist today to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and help to scale those solutions for global impact. And how do we do that? Well, first of all, we can't do that alone, which is why we have AI for Good has created in partnership with 40 sister UN agencies. That's virtually the entire UN system supporting AI for Good in the way of providing experts, knowledge, audience, capacity, and lending their expertise to many of the SDG-related topics. Now, AI for Good used to be a 5-day physical event from 2017 to 2019, but it's now presented as a virtual, all year, always online digital platform. And AI for Good is presented in 3 streams. So you have Learn, Build, and Connect. In the Learn stream, you have knowledge sharing, best practices, expertise in the form of keynotes, webinars, expert talks, interviews, and demos. In the Build column, you have basically collaborative efforts trying to find solutions to AI in the form of pre-standardization efforts, machine learning challenges, readiness landscape studies, and Innovation Factory, which is a live pitching competition for startups. And then, of course, there's Connect, where we aim to connect the AI for Good community, both through physical events in the past, all year online now, and connecting the whole UN system through the UN activities and the UN compendium. So what does all year online look like? Well, as you can see from this calendar, this was, we were planning our physical event and then COVID hit. And instead of trying to wait for good news or trying to figure out what to do with ourselves, we decided to simply move forward with our programming virtually. First, we had 2 sessions a month, then 4, then 5, and quickly you can see from this calendar that we're well over 100 sessions a year. This was the same for last year, where we had 128 sessions, and this year we're on track to have 150 sessions. So the online format actually has a lot of benefits to help us achieve our mission and scale our goals and reach a much bigger audience rather. So you can see that in 2019, the summit went from 2,300 people, and now we've reached over 300,000 people online. We were 92 countries in 2019, now we're 183 countries. Developing country participation has more than doubled, and the gender balance has increased to about 45%. So you can see that this online format has basically helped us to achieve our goal of being the biggest, most inclusive global platform on AI for good. And one of our claims to fame is that AI for Good is action-oriented, and we're more than just a talk shop. Everything we do is designed to generate collaborative efforts to advance AI and the SDGs. And one of the best examples of this is in our pre-standardization efforts and global initiatives that we do in collaboration with many UN agencies. So for example, we have AI for Health focus group created with the WHO, where we're basically creating a testing and benchmarking framework for the testing the efficacy of AI for Health algorithms. So for example, how do we know an AI health algorithm or application works equally well on men or women, on children or adults, people with different skin colors, in low resource settings and developing countries. These are not things that occur naturally to the fast-moving startup community or big tech, but they are things that we think deeply about at AI for Good. And this is one of the ways that we can help ensure that AI is inclusive and free of as much bias as possible by bringing as many different voices to the table. We also have a focus group on AI and autonomous and assisted driving, and they're basically working on the equivalent of a driving license for autonomous AI-powered systems on our roads. We have a focus group on AI and natural disaster management with WMO and UNEP, and basically they're looking at how AI can be used to help predict, mitigate, and manage natural disasters, and basically looking at use cases and high potential solutions for natural disaster management. We have a focus group on AI and environmental efficiency, and basically looking at both sides of a coin. How can AI be used to help environmental efficiency? But also, as we know, AI is a very energy intensive technology, and they're looking at how to manage both sides of that issue. We have the machine learning and 5G focus group, which turned into a global challenge, and they're basically trying to solve machine learning puzzles in 5G networks. So for example, what's the effect of wind or storms on 5G network transmission? And there's hundreds of students around the world competing to find solutions to these puzzles. We also have a new initiative on AI and road safety, and that's done in collaboration with the United Nations Tech Envoy and the Road Safety Envoy. A new focus group on AI and digital agriculture, looking at how AI combined with IoT, satellite imagery, big data, and robotics can be used to basically solve global hunger. And we have the AI and global and data commons focus group, which is basically looking at how we can build a community of best practice on how to scale AI for good problem solving globally. And these focus groups are open to all. Anyone can participate. If you simply go to our website, aiforgood.itu.int, you can find information on how to sign up for any of these focus groups. And we're looking for AI experts from industry, from academia, from government, from NGOs, civil society, independents. Our feeling is that the more people we bring to the table, the more inclusive the solutions will be for the future. Another one of our outputs, which is quite useful to the UN and also maybe people who are interested in working with the UN, is the AI for Good compendium. So this is every year we basically collect all the different activities that each UN agency is working on, and we put this up on our website. It's also available as a PDF. It's searchable, filterable. You can search according to SDGs. And this is a very good way of navigating the UN system and trying to find out which agency is working on what issue as it relates to AI. Sorry, I skipped too fast. And last but not least, we launched what is called the Neural Network. So this is an AI-powered matchmaking community platform that connects AI innovators with problem owners. So basically what we're doing is using AI to connect people to people, people to needs, and people to content. And all of our programming going back 5 years is available on this platform. It's searchable. You get smart recommendations. You have smart matching to people. You have all of our upcoming and live sessions are there. You can network. You can connect with people. You can visit virtual exhibits. And basically trying as much as possible to create the connections that used to happen physically on a virtual platform that's available all year online. And likewise, this platform is open and free for all. You simply need to go to our website to create a profile, and then after that you have a one-stop shop to all AI for Good content. So with that, I would like to basically say that AI for Good is a platform at your service to be used by you. There's different ways that you can engage. You can of course attend, so join our weekly sessions and watch live sessions almost every day, or watch replays, which you'll receive through your smart suggestions. There's something for everyone on all SDGs. You can network. You can use our platform to find experts, partners, collaborators inside and outside of the UN. You can be visible. You can leverage the neural network to share the activities that you're working on with other collaborators. In terms of programming, you can go to our Engage page and propose presentations, panels, sessions, or activities that you'd like to work on. You can collaborate. So again, you can use our platform to join existing challenges. So for example, on machine learning and 5G, or we have a new geo satellite challenge coming up, an AI for Health challenge coming up, or you can propose new activities that you might want to be engaged with. And of course, you can use it to innovate. So we're always open to ideas, and all you have to do is get in touch, and then we'll see how we can make that happen. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And once again, if you want to get in touch, you can go to our website. It's aiforgood.itu.int, and we'll be happy to speak with you. Thank you, and I wish you a successful rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being a part of the 5th edition of the European AI Forum, here live from Paris, hosted by the unbelievable France IA and Chloe, who took a major part in putting all of this together. We'd like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being with us the majority of the day. We covered some really interesting topics. We talked about defense and security and AI and regulation, energy and finance and compliance as well. We listened to some really interesting keynotes from European Parliament members as well as ministries. And let's not forget from our friends from Ukraine that talked to us and explained to us how the ongoing current war is actually influencing their tech and other efforts, entrepreneurial efforts that they have within their country. I'm going to let my colleague Chloe close this event in French, as it should be, and I hope I'll see you soon again in 6 months for the 6th edition of the European AI Forum.
Merci à tous de nous avoir rejoints pour cette 5e édition. J'espère que vous l'avez trouvée intéressante. Toute l'équipe de l'European AI Forum a travaillé très dur et on espère vous voir dans 6 mois pour la prochaine édition, la 6e. Merci à tous d'avoir visionné l'European AI Forum. Au revoir.